Distinguished guests, Deputy Secretary General Amina J Mohammed, Prime Minister Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Guðmundur Ingi Guðbrandsson, Minister of Nordic Cooperation and Minister of Social Affairs and the Labour Market, Anne Beate Tvinnereim, Minister of Nordic Cooperation and Minister of International Development from Norway. Other distinguished guests, let me also mention the Mayor of Lviv, Andrei Sadov. We're very happy to have you here. Dear Nordic colleagues, dear friends, and guests from far and wide, good morning. Welcome to Harpa. Welcome to the Imagine Forum. My name is Pia Hansson. I'm Director of the Institute of International Affairs and also Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre. Before, I have the distinct honor and pleasure to invite the Prime Minister of Iceland to the stage for her opening remarks. I would like to draw your attention to my colleagues. You probably have seen them around, but I want to ask them to kind of wave a little bit. If you need any assistance, any information during the next 2 days, they are your go-to people. So that's very good to know. We have a highly interesting 2-day conference ahead of us. We have very serious and important issues to discuss, but it also needs to be enlightening and it needs to be interesting, and I encourage you to use the 2 days to get to know each other and to talk and to carry the dialogue further. If ever there was a time to talk about peace, that time has to be now. I now yield the floor to Katrín Jakobsdóttir, the Prime Minister of Iceland. Katrín has been Prime Minister of Iceland since 2017. She's been the chair of the Left-Green movement since 2013 and a member of Parliament since 2007. When her remarks are over, Guðmundur Ingi Guðbrandsson, Minister for Nordic Cooperation and Minister of Social Affairs and the Labour Market, will take the floor. Katrín, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pia. Secretary General Mohammed, dear Amina, Excellencies, Ministers, Mayor, dear friends, I'm very happy to welcome you to Iceland and Reykjavík on this rather dreary morning here in Reykjavík for the 8th Imagine Forum for Peace. And it's my hope that we will have meaningful and vibrant discussions and debates on one of the most important topics of our time, and indeed every time, peace. Right now, it's not really easy to talk about peace. We are living in very tense times in the world, where we see the number of conflicts growing with terrible consequences, not least for normal people. The horrendous events this weekend when Hamas launched an attack on Israel show us the constant need of peaceful solutions. The use of arms and terror fueled by hate and revenge will always, as I said, hurt innocent people the most, who have never chosen to become a target in the battlefield. And of course, we follow the developments in that region very closely, but sadly, I think we are already seeing escalations. Hopefully, we will not see more escalation, and hopefully diplomacy will prevail. As mentioned, we have here the Mayor of Lviv. Very warm welcome to you. Russia's illegal and terrible invasion into Ukraine has now lasted for almost 20 months, upset the lives of millions of people, but it has also shaken the international security policies worldwide and shaken the system created over 70 years ago to prevent wars from happening again after the Second World War. I had the experience and the honor to visit Kiev earlier this year, and it is for us here in Iceland, which is regularly chosen the most peaceful country in the world, an experience never to be forgotten to visit a country that is at war and experience what really it means to be at war. And therefore I say it's not easy to talk about peace at times when the world is really fraught with war, conflict, and tension. But as I say, maybe never more important. Dear guests, social stability is the foundation for peace. Peace is the foundation for social stability. And sadly, we are confronted with grave issues that undermine social stability in numerous countries, thereby threatening the prospects for lasting peace and prosperity. We see the profound effects of the climate crisis around the world, where people's homes and livelihoods are destroyed. It is predicted that we will see increased strife over natural resources, land, water, and crops. So therefore, decisive climate action is also an action for peace. We are also faced with the fact that democracy is under threat, with increased polarization that can fuel hate and isolation between groups. And we have been observing in the last few years democratic backslide with restrictions of hard-earned rights, even in mature democratic countries. And growing inequalities, not only within countries, but also between countries, continue to be a grave challenge and a destabilizing force. And I also must mention the systematic violation of women's rights, which is what we can call a red thread in two major human rights crises in the world today, in Afghanistan and in Iran. The Nobel Committee decided last Friday to award Narges Mohammadi the Nobel Peace Prize for her fight against oppression and for women's rights in Iran. And I solidly support the call for her immediate release from prison, so she will be free to receive the Nobel Prize in person in Oslo in December. We actually held an event on the status of women in Afghanistan during the UN General Assembly last month, the Icelandic government, in collaboration with UN Women, where actually we talked about gender persecution and gender apartheid. And let's not forget that war and conflict is often a shelter for horrendous sexual violence and crimes. We have seen that happen in Ukraine for the last 20 months, something that we do not talk sufficiently about, but is a real threat to women. To all those challenging circumstances, international solidarity and cooperation is the key, or at least that is what we found out after the Second World War when we implemented the multilateral system in its form that we know it today. But we also know that it takes a lot of work and a huge effort to maintain that multilateral system. For Iceland, being a small country which relies on that countries around us and in the globe respect international rules and laws, follow the international order, we are very much aware what it means when countries systematically break those orders. So we are firm spokespersons of multilateralism, which is our best way to meet and resolve those tasks, because we cannot have a world where might is always right. In December, we will celebrate the 75-year anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and at the same time, we need to safeguard international law and institutions, promote general respect for multilateral agreements, also on disarmament. Even though Iceland is a very clear spokes country for the international order, the rules-based international order with the UN at its core, we know it's not perfect. But it's by far superior to the world of war, chaos, and lawlessness that the breakdown of multilateral cooperation entails. This conference here is part of our chairmanship in the Nordic cooperation. And as all of you know, the Nordic countries have a strong history of close cooperation and shared values based on respect for welfare, democracy, and the respect for the rule of law and human rights. And we have also been strong advocates for peace and important actors of peaceful action on the international arena. As I said, our presidency has revolved around the importance of peace in every aspect of society, because without peace we cannot have any welfare, we cannot have any progress, we cannot do any meaningful climate action without peace. And countries at war know this best. The aim of this conference is to bring together creative thinkers to engage in an intergenerational dialogue on how we can strengthen the Nordic cooperation for peace, but also how we can strengthen international cooperation for peace. Because all states, big and small, can and should use their voice, means and experience to contribute to address against warfare, conflict and grave humanitarian crisis. In times of conflict and war, it can indeed be complicated to talk about peace, but never as important. Let's remember really the slogan of this forum, the Imagine Forum. Peace was also something that only could be imagined when that song was written. So it has never been as important, but we also must realize that it is complicated when we see the rise in the number of conflicts in the world, and often very complicated conflicts. But peace is a precondition for process. It's a precondition for making progress in the SDGs that we have all united for. And therefore, I think this is a very important topic to talk about openly and hopefully see some solutions. Thank you very much.
Deputy Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear friends. Good morning, and I repeat the warm welcome of my Prime Minister to all of you. During the next 2 days, we will be discussing the concept of peace from different angles. Peace is a topic that is of fundamental importance for the well-being and prosperity of humankind. Now, when peace in Europe is threatened in a way that we have not witnessed since the end of the Second World War, it is pertinent that we heighten and intensify the focus on peace in the political arena. Peace and security, harmony and lack of conflict, these are the basic components for living a good life that every human being longs for. But for many, it is a distant dream or even only a mere vision, something that they have only heard of, but have never in their lives experienced. And more children are born into a reality of that kind. This conference is an important part of the presidency of Iceland in the Nordic Council of Ministers this year. Iceland decided that in light of the serious deterioration of peace and security situation in the West since February last year, we could really not run the presidency without addressing the great threats to peace that we are now witnessing. The illegal invasion war in Ukraine and its wide-ranging consequences come on top of instability and conflict in other regions of the world that have become the main drivers of rising hunger and humanitarian needs. The horrendous reports of the outbreak of war between the Hamas group in Palestine and Israel make today's discussions even more relevant. Such circumstances make the solidarity and the cooperation of the Nordic nations vitally important, in my opinion. The Nordic region has collectively emerged at the international level as messengers of peace and strong proponents of international agreements on peace and disarmament. And my friends, we must continue doing so. The aim of this conference is to highlight the importance of peace as the foundation for human rights, for welfare, for women's rights, and environmental protection. And then to connect this to our Nordic emphasis in our country's future's vision as the world's most sustainable and most integrated region. The war in Ukraine has shown us in a brutal way how easy it was to disrupt the hard-won peace in Europe that was brought about after the Second World War. As we have witnessed over and over again, war can break out overnight, but peace is fragile and elusive, it takes both enormous effect and a long time to win it back. Now, during these conference days, we aim to shed a light on the global consequences of conflict and unrest. And it goes without saying that in war, there will be innocent victims, women in particular, children, people with disabilities, and other groups that are already marginalized, and therefore more vulnerable socially. In times of war, their plight will be multiplied and have an even stronger effect on the personal situation, as well as making them an easy target of violence and war crimes. In my mind, peace is always the prerequisite for human rights, especially women's rights, for social stability, and for environmental protection. Because like war, climate change also results in social unrest. It results in migration, in displacement and human tragedy. These therefore go hand in hand, and I think we should discuss it in that way. Now, during Iceland's presidency, we want to emphasize that matters of peace should really be one of the cornerstones of Nordic cooperation. In that context, I would also like to emphasize that the collaboration between peace centers and research institutes in the Nordic region must be made more visible, and the good work that is being carried out there should receive a higher profile. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Nordic peace institutions for helping to set up a very exciting program for tomorrow's sessions. Dear friends, our mission is peace, and our work here is important towards that end. And on that note, it is my distinct privilege to introduce Ms. Amina J Mohammed, a distinguished global leader who currently holds the esteemed position of Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And she also serves as the chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. Ms. Mohammed's illustrious career has been marked by her unwavering dedication to sustainable development, environmental protection, and social justice. She began her career on the international arena as Minister for the Environment in the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where she spearheaded her country's initiatives in climate action and the preservation of the natural environment. However, her impact extends far beyond her home nation. In 2012, Ms. Mohammed joined the United Nations as a special advisor to the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, where she assumed a pivotal role in shaping the global development agenda. She led the charge in crafting the historic 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and played a key role in the formulation of the Sustainable Development Goals, setting the world on a path towards a more equitable and sustainable future. I am privileged to call upon you here. The floor is yours, Ms. Mohammed.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I have two incredible sisters, the Prime Minister of Iceland and, of course, the Minister of Cooperation, Minister of International Development for Norway. But our host today, too, our Minister for the Nordic Cooperation, the Minister of Social Affairs and Labour Market of Iceland. Excellencies, many, many friends, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a pleasure to join you here today. Very grateful to the government and the people of Iceland for hosting us and for Iceland's consistent voice in the support of peace, of dignity, and sustainable development. And I think the highlight of my 2.5-day trip was my conversation with young Icelandic girls and women for development. There is quite clearly no peace without sustainable development, and there's certainly no development without peace, and there's neither development nor peace without the respect for human rights. The Nordic nations have long been promoters of peace, supporters of sustainable development, and champions of multilateralism. You've been a part of the UN family since its earliest days, and you have helped to maintain peace far from your shores, you've showed that the rule of law and good governance are the bedrock of a just society. And you've come together to advance human rights and alleviate suffering around the world, especially for women and children, who often bear the brunt of conflicts and war. Today, that leadership role is more important than ever. The world is in the midst of multiple crises that feed off each other, inflame one another, and create conditions in which conflict can ignite and spread across borders. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused immense suffering for Ukrainians, and it has pushed up food and energy prices around the world. That has certainly gone across borders. As I was traveling to Iceland, the horrendous conflict between Israel and Palestine has taken center stage again, with tragic consequences. We are facing a full-blown war again. Civilians are the main victims, women, the elderly, children. And the Secretary-General has called for the immediate release of all citizens that have been abducted from Israel. He's urging for diplomatic efforts to avoid a wider conflagration and a focus on peace and negotiations around that two-state solution. We must stop the human suffering and embrace peace. The sad reality is that violence and conflict are on the rise, with impacts reversing development gains across the world, trampling on women's rights. Neighbors of Sudan, like Chad, for example, I was there 3 weeks ago, under immense pressure from the breakdown in cross-border trade, combined with a flow of over 1 million refugees in the space of a month. This is such a poor country, giving so much with so little. Terrorism is gaining a stronger foothold in the Sahel, exploiting the climate crisis for its own ends and doing everything it can to undermine democratic governance. In the Sahel and beyond, changing weather patterns are conspiring with rapid urban expansion in ways that are overwhelming traditional governance mechanisms, which had previously managed to ensure harmonious relations between farmers and herders for generations. It is now clear that we continue to fight for peace on earth, but we must also seek peace with nature. The world has fought nature for too long. It's now fighting back with extreme consequences in the weather that we see, from Pakistan through Spain to Hawaii and many other places. No country is spared. Meanwhile, our economic engine rooms are failing to deliver the decent and dignified jobs that give hope to our youth and address the root causes of conflict. For the first time in a generation, the number of people in extreme poverty has risen. A record number of people are being forced from their homes. Hunger is growing, a result of conflict, COVID, climate, and inequality. And many developing nations are drowning in debt and facing financial catastrophe, fiscal deficits that do not allow them to pay for health, to pay for education. Excellencies and friends, these great challenges of our times have two common themes. First, they are born of exclusion, of leaving people behind. And second, they require multilateral solutions. Each of the major issues we face goes beyond the ability of any single nation to manage. Yet at this time, when international cooperation is most needed, it is also threatened. Growing geopolitical divides are putting multilateralism under extreme stress and strain. Our international institutions today are out of date, in particular the United Nations Security Council, that reflects the world as it was 80 years ago, and not the world of today. And skepticism is rising, fueled by the anger stirred when the international community makes promises that it does not keep. The multilateral system, which has done so much to advance peace over the years, is fracturing. And that should worry all of us who care about peace. Excellencies, I see two important pathways forward, paths towards creating a peaceful future, an enabling environment for people and for our planet. First, we must double down on sustainable development. The Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, are our guiding principles for a better future. The world came together beyond member states, to civil society, to academia, to women, to business, to have a framing for what could give us a more peaceful and just and dignified life. They are our compass for inclusive prosperity and our best hope for achieving sustainable peace around the world, amongst people and with nature. Peace is one promise of the SDGs, but all the 17 goals are interconnected. Without sustainable development, peace will always be at risk. The goals speak directly to the root causes of conflict. It is only with inclusive, empowering education systems leading to dignified, decent jobs that recruitment efforts of terrorist organizations would fall on deaf ears. It is only with responsive, resilient state institutions that meet the needs and priorities and rights of all stakeholders that protect equal rights and ensure equal opportunities for all, and not least women and girls. Take Somalia, for example, where the UN is working hand in hand with the authorities under the Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. Every step that we take to the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda is a step towards resilience, security, rights, and prosperity. Every step we take together is a blow to all those who try to force us apart. And so we must implement the 2030 Agenda with its entirety to address the inequalities that fuel conflict, be they economic, social, environmental, intergenerational, political, or barriers that continue to limit the participation of women. Yet the SDGs and climate commitments are today dangerously off track. Halfway to the 2030 deadline, we've only reached 15% of our targets, and the annual SDG financing gap in developing countries stands at almost $4 trillion annually. Countries burdened with unsustainable debt, facing financial ruin, simply can't afford to invest in the SDGs, basic rights for everyone. If we continue at this rate, we fail, and it's as simple as that. The SDGs do need an urgent rescue plan, and it is why the SDG Summit was a centerpiece of this year's UN General Assembly High-Level Week, and I'm pleased to say that it resulted in a powerful political declaration, which was very fragile at many points. In fact, it was only just agreed on the morning of the summit, and that several national and global commitments were announced, including from Nordic nations. Thanks to the steadfast support of Nordic countries and other key champions, the UN continues to strengthen its offer of support to member states that are in transition to a sustainable future, so that we do make the goals a reality. The political declaration adopted at the summit called for an improved international debt mechanism, an urgent voluntary rechanneling of special drawing rights, all to enable more fiscal space so that we can attend to the rights of people. It declared support for reform of the international financial architecture, an architecture designed in 1945, surely 75 years later. We must acknowledge that that shelf life has expired. And it welcomed the Secretary-General's call for an SDG stimulus, speaking to ministers of finance, of $500 billion a year to address the SDG financing gap. Together, we must turn these commitments into reality. We must invest in development. And to achieve this, the Secretary-General has called for a leaders group to really help to deliver a set of clear steps that practically can get us a SDG stimulus flowing by 2024. Fueling development and not conflict. He has urged this month's annual meetings of the multilateral development banks to see recapitalization and urgent rechanneling of our 100 billion SDRs. We will be there to pass these messages on this week. And so we ask all of you to consider these in support. These are the tools, these are the instruments that we do have to deal with the root causes of conflict, but also to invest in those transitions to peace. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the second path I see towards future peace and prosperity is reinvigorating our multilateral system. For almost 80 years, the multilateral system anchored in the United Nations Charter has been a beacon of hope in addressing global challenges. It has saved lives, it has relieved suffering, continues to do so. It has played a pivotal role in averting a third world war, advancing socioeconomic progress, supporting decolonization, and brokering and keeping peace. And often, Nordic countries have been central to those efforts. And so it is incumbent upon us all to preserve this vital institution for generations to come, to protect the gains. But to do that, we will need also to recognize that while the glass is some full, it is also some empty. We need to reform and transform and revitalize our United Nations. I often refer to that as our global town hall for the global village, for we are connected in ways that we have never been connected before. And we need, therefore, to create a United Nations that is fit for the 21st century. It is fit for our youth of today, our future generations of tomorrow. Our common agenda proposed a summit of the future, which will take place next year. It'll be a moment for leaders like you in this room to recommit to international cooperation and ensure that the multilateral system is fit to face the challenges of today and of tomorrow. The outcome will be a pact for the future, which will set out commitments for a safer and a much more prosperous future. Ahead of the summit, the Secretary-General has presented Member States with a series of policy briefs for consideration, and I hope you will have time to reference them as you go through the meetings over the next 2 days. And I think one of the more important of the policy briefs is the new Agenda for Peace. It outlines a vision for how Member States can manage geopolitical competition and find pragmatic solutions to global problems that make our collective security system more effective. We have set out a comprehensive set of recommendations for prevention, managing and resolving conflicts, for eliminating nuclear weapons, to developing frameworks to prevent the weaponization of new technologies. It suggests maximizing the capacity and convening power of the UN to bridge geopolitical divides, and strengthening prevention at the national level by linking action for peace with progress on sustainable development. The new Agenda for Peace also suggests action to make peacekeeping much more nimble and more adaptable, more responsive. It presents ideas for how to ensure regional organizations such as the African Union or ASEAN have the financial resources that they need to conduct effective peace operations. And it offers a vision for the reform of global governance in peace and security, and that does include the long-awaited reform of the United Nations Security Council, so that it is in line with today's world, revitalizing the General Assembly and strengthening the Peace-Building Commission are also other efforts that must be made. The summit is less than 12 months away, and the negotiations of the Pact to the Future will begin imminently, in a year when we celebrate the 75 years of the UN Charter on Human Rights, in a year when we must remember that the UN Charter begins with we the people. We're urging all member states to work together to aim for ambition and reach agreement on these critical issues. It will always require compromise and genuine, courageous leadership in these difficult times. Business as usual is not an option. We must have those uncomfortable discussions because the solutions can only come out of a discussion and a debate over the realities, and then recognize that the aspirations of the Charter still we have not attained, but are possible. Nordic countries have a unique role to play. You can act as a bridge between North and South, between East and West, a champion on critical issues in negotiations, including the promotion of human rights and the empowerment of women and girls. There is a trust deficit. There are frustrations, but we need to be coming into a room where people are open to have those discussions, that we can agree to disagree, that we can embrace our diversity as a strength and not as a weakness. Time and time again, you have proven that small states can have a big voice and make huge contributions to the world. It was thanks to the voice of small states, for example, that so much progress was achieved in the law of the sea in the recent year. It is also thanks to small states that we are making progress on the Financing for Development agenda. Iceland was a co-facilitator in this process that did get us ambitious outcomes. The multilateral system belongs to all countries, and we must collectively find a way to make it fit for the future. This year's 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights is another opportunity to reconnect around common values that bind us together. the universality and the indivisibility of human rights. But may I also say the progressive attainment of human rights. Where you may have already been the benchmark for a race to the top, there are many yet to catch up. How can we help to accompany them on that rough road that will eventually get everyone their rights and leave no one behind? The Charter made human rights a central purpose of the organization because the founders understood that lasting peace depended on the fulfillment of the full spectrum of rights. And let us continue to underscore economic, social, cultural, civil and political rights. It is why the Secretary-General has identified the Universal Declaration as the best prevention tool that we all have. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we face, they are grave. Many people wake up to not knowing if they have a future the day after. But we do have the power and we have the resources to solve them and to build a more peaceful, prosperous future for all of humanity. It is at this critical moment that I urge us all to embrace the spirit of cooperation, of peace and solidarity that has animated the Nordic nations for so long, and to throw ourselves behind your collective efforts in building a world of prosperity, a world where no one is left behind, a world where multilateralism thrives once more. Excellencies, that is the recipe for peace. And so let's work together to imagine peace and make it happen. Thank you.
Madam Prime Minister, may I invite you to join us? Deputy Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ingi Sigfússon. I'm an editor with a public broadcaster here in Iceland, the RÚV, and I have the honor of moderating this fireside chat between the two power ladies here sat next to me. Glancing through the headlines this morning was not a happy task. We have 70+ wars. The Washington Post had an in-depth article about the countries which will become more or less inhabitable or are already inhabitable because the median heat is above 37 degrees on more days than it is not. The Economist had a map of the countries most likely to suffer a violent coup in Africa. Spiegel had an article about the number of asylum seekers in Europe reaching already a higher number than in the record year of 2016. I could go on, but it doesn't really look like a planet where peace is realistic. Is it realistic, or is it just something we need to talk about because we should talk about it?
We definitely have to do something about it. Recognizing our realities is really important, but also recognizing the players that need to be brought to the table in a manner that we can cross those bridges, we can bring the connections that are needed for peace to happen. Convening that is becoming more and more difficult. If we look at some of the conflicts that we have today, even some of the big issues around climate, it has been very difficult to bring those players that cause perhaps the most pain into the room. It has been difficult to have a conversation in the United Nations, and as I said, we said that's the global town hall. We're going into echo chambers where we like the sound of our voices, we sympathize and empathize with one another. But the level of the conflict, the level of our lack of investment in climate action that's taking us to a 3-degree world has not allowed us to come and have those conversations. We had conversations in the UN General Assembly. We had a climate ambition summit. And the ambition was met by the smallest of countries. But those countries who are responsible for over 82% of the emissions were not in the room. And when they did come into the room, they were not able to step up to those necessary commitments that they should have made. In the case of conflict, we have to recognize they're very different. The invasion of Ukraine is not the same as an unconstitutional change in West Africa, nor is it one of the aggression that you see in Myanmar against its people. And each one has to be taken where it's at and to be met with the full instruments and the resources that we have. Are we paying enough attention to that? Are we putting those tools on the table and calling for them to be utilized in a fair and a just way? No, if we would stop the wars and we would begin to address that pathway back to peace. So there's a lot for us to do. I'm hopeful because this forum, for one, is happening. And many other fora are beginning to recognize that we have to bring those uncomfortable conversations into one space. If you listen to the conversations that are happening today after the beginning of this horrendous conflict in Israel and Palestine, yes, there are those that are outraged and have very harsh views about what they see should happen, but you also find the voices saying, well, that's not going to get us peace. What we really need to do is to recognize that we did have a pathway to peace and to a two-state solution in Israel and Palestine. We need to get back to that discussion. And there needs to be a little bit more, I would say, honesty, integrity in these discussions that we're having. Courage to speak about perhaps what people think is sensitive or unspeakable or the elephant in the room. We do have to be far more pragmatic.
But I think, if I might add that what Amina said about the echo chambers of the world, because even here in Iceland we have several echo chambers, groups that really don't understand each other in their own echo chambers. So think about the globe and all its echo chambers. And I think what we've been seeing in the last few years is really also the effect of increased polarization, not just within countries, but also between countries. So I think actually, because I was there in Paris 2016, when all of us felt so optimistic about what we were going to do in the climate crisis. And then we have seen really the struggle ever since to really make things happen, and not least when it comes to financing the actions. So I think, and hope, because the Climate Ambition Summit, it was a good summit, even though we did not have the bigger nations. But I do hope that the smaller nations can also push the big ones to more action when it comes to fighting the climate crisis, because that is also going to be a very huge factor in, promoting conflicts around the world.
One of the trends that we see is a erosion of democracy. Recent surveys have shown that, especially among younger people, apparently they have less faith, or at least consider democracy to be less of an important thing to consider. We see strongmen and populists gaining power all over the world, perhaps because they don't sit in fora like this, they just take action and do stuff. That is a challenge, certainly to the multilateral system. How do we tackle, how do those who believe in multilateral solution and democracy tackle that and provide results? If we start with you.
Well, I think we have to go back to basics. Governance in any country should be about that social contract between the people, those that are governed and those that are governing them, leaders. Leaders that understand that their first responsibility is to the rights of their people. We use democracy as a framing for how to get that done. Three powerful parts, three pillars of it, where institutions are important, parliaments are important, justice is important. And there's not been the investment we should have had in those institutions that would then carry a process that includes and delivers results in people's lives. That erosion, I think, is the result that you see in those that vote are not young people. They don't believe in this governance. The social contract is being torn. It is being undermined. Sadly, it's across the world. So those that have promoted democracy, and it has worked for them for a time, are suddenly also finding it fracturing. So it's not democracy from my humble point of view that is the problem. The problem is the model and how we exercise leadership in providing democracy. In some cases, as we see when I look at my continent and I see the unconstitutional changes, much of that is in response to an environment where people see that they need to bring back to themselves a sense of discipline, safety, security, and then they go back, to celebrate the military. I mean, that has to tell you that something is very wrong with the governance system in those countries. And it is a wake-up call. There are discussions and debates right now about what is causing this. I think everyone agrees that they want to go back to constitutional laws that protect the rights of people and deliver. But that journey back is going to take considerable work. I think today too that, you know, with technology, it is far more difficult to get through a democratic process, an election, with what technology does to undermine that. It's a fantastic opportunity to be connected, but we see the abuse of technology in elections, in eroding the trust of those that are governing and those that are governed. So there's a lot of work to do. I hope that what we can do is involve young people in how we reframe this, because I think we do have to have that discussion. It's going to be about their future now, and we have to explain. It's very difficult to explain some leadership today, that a democratic process put in place what is clearly not the leader of the people. This disconnect is something that we have to get back to, and we have to have discussions country by country, across regions, the power of the convening of the UN to still bring us back to the core of the values that we have in the Charter.
But I think also we cannot talk about democracy without talking about the other factors that go with democracy. And then I'm talking about human rights, for example, I'm talking about equality. I'm talking really about the framework that the world has united around in the SDGs, where we think about the welfare of the people, where we have that clear goal of not leaving anyone behind. Because if you live in a world where you don't have equality, where you don't experience that people enjoy general human rights, it's very difficult to talk about democracy. So I think we need to have this holistic picture when we talk about democracy. And I agree, there is a growing audience for the strong men who simply say, get things done. But I think also that we will see the pendulum swing, because with democracy we have those rights, those freedoms, which we have seen actually taken away from people just overnight, but which is really the groundwork for a good society. Now, Iceland has focused a lot on democracy. We did that during our chairmanship in the Council of Europe earlier this year. Democracy, human rights, and the international order. And I think, as I said in my speech here before, for a small country, I think we really realize the value of those important things and the context in which they are all bound. And then at one point on technology. With AI and new technologies and digitalization of really the political debate, we are seeing not just, I think we could say it's one of the biggest changes we have seen in political debate for centuries, because things move in such so fast that it is really difficult to have an in-depth discussion these days when technology controls really so much of the debate. You know, medium is the message, was said one, and we might think about that these days.
You've addressed the weakness of the multilateral system and the institutions that make up the multilateral system. And okay, so those need to be reformed. But how do you do that under these circumstances? How do you reform a system that needs to be active right now? How do you deliver results to people in conflict zones who are suffering the consequences of climate change, who are scared and hungry and don't have a lot of time for debate and process? How do you meld those two things so they work? Maybe you start with Katrín now.
Well, I mentioned the Council of Europe. Obviously, that is a smaller body than the UN. so I must admire what Amina and her colleagues are doing every day at the UN with the whole world at the table. But the Council of Europe, I thought it was actually a very important project for Iceland, because we were dealing with very serious issues. And then I'm talking about the invasion of Russia into Ukraine and the result of that summit that was held here in Reykjavik, which is the Registry of Damages, damage done by Russia and Ukraine, which is about accountability and the fact that if you actually violate sovereignty and territorial integrity, you have to be held accountable. And I think we have some examples of multilateral collaboration where we actually see that things can happen I mentioned the Paris Agreement, which inspired optimism around the world. Obviously, I think it's very important what will happen next, not just at the COP this December. Maybe the good thing there is that everybody's so pessimistic that something actually good might come out of it. But we also have the Summit of the Future next year, and I think that is going to be a very important summit for the globe, because there we will really take a stand to where we want to move on.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reform a multilateral institution, especially if it involves some of those pillars of those institutions having to give up power because the world has changed?
Well, power's never given up, right? You will have to negotiate it, negotiate those spaces to say that will be in a better world if we concede some of that power for the greater good of all. You've got to find a vested interest in doing that. And I think that we have to put on front, at the core of it, yes, our human rights and the rule of law, but accountability, and there have to be checks and balances, that you are held to account, that you cannot get away with the kind of atrocities that we've seen people get away with nothing to account for. And then to see the double standards, that where you're able to get accountability, you exact the maximum accountability response there. And then in others, you get away with it. So the world starts to become more fractured in doing so. And I think that has to come back. We need to have common ground where we all agree. And it's there. I don't think that it's not there, but we have to reinforce that and come back to have those conversations. But I do think that this is not a question of human rights and women's rights. It's a question of common sense, that you need the other half of the world at the table. And without women's leadership, this is just unusual that we sit on this stage. On most stages, it's just men. It's still just men. Doesn't matter where you go in the world. We looked at many of those panels that we saw in the United Nations. And it wasn't because we didn't try to get a women and man panel. It was because voted into office, voted into a boardroom were men. And there were no women at the table. Women bring value. They don't take away your jobs or your space, but they bring something else in there that perhaps is a reason why when people say a man-made climate event, you need to underscore the man, because in the decision-making of fossil fuel companies, of the way in which we consume and that we produce, most of these decisions are made by men. And if you bring women into this, you will have a decision that will look at the whole community, as we look at the whole family. I mean, we're wired differently, but together we will go further. If we look at the war in Ukraine, we are speaking about winning the war. But where are the conversations about the pathways to peace? And where are the women at the table that are having those discussions with the men? And we're not saying exclude, we're saying bring those voices in. So I think women's leadership is more than ticking a box. It is results. I don't know yet a woman leader that has not delivered on results. And if it's that they deliver less, I'm not sure that men don't do worse, because in many of the cases, we would not be in the position that we are in. And so we have to take a hard look at what are the barriers for allowing, that prevent women from coming into those spaces, and to have a better conversation with men. I mean, I also think that we feminists often have conversations in our own echo chamber, because we've assumed through various academic work and research where men are on all of this. But I think we need to have a better human conversation where men and women and the intergenerational piece comes in. Because if I look to see how we speak about the future, there's not much of the future who will take those leadership roles there. And so
I think there actually were fewer women leaders at the UN General Assembly this year than last year. So it's not just that we are moving backwards on whole when it comes to the SDG on gender equality. I think we see it also in the leadership roles. And it's just crazy. It is, because we should have thought when it's 2023 that we would be there. But now that it's nearly 300 years estimated until we get full gender equality in the world. So all of us will be dead then, and probably all our children too.
We have to want to see it.
And probably the grandchildren too. So it's quite a long wait for half of humanity.
we have to want to see at the table those that can bring solutions, regardless of what gender they are.
Exactly.
And I think that if we do that, we will see, women and men at the table. We've seen this today in my country that's pretty conservative in many parts of it, Nigeria. You'll hear men saying that women deliver better. My daughters are doing better because they were given that chance. Or they will point to myself and say, well, you see, this is what happens when you put a woman in decision making. So I think, we also need the men to look around and see the value. You need to see us, you need to hear us, and you need to value us. And that doesn't matter whether in the boardroom, in a multilateral setting, even in a situation of conflict, of war. See us, and we take the brunt of it. Wars may be over, and we may lose our men in these wars. We lose women as well. But the scars of wars that live with women, that live with children, that live with some men, they go on for a lifetime. And so we need to be at that table to redefine what we mean by attaining peace. And at what cost? At what cost do we attain that peace?
You gave me the keyword intergenerational. We have some questions. We want to take some questions from the room. Before any of you raise your hands, we've actually picked out the people to ask them. Because we want
Very democratic.
Very democratic, because we want to give voice to young people and get questions from some of the younger members of the audience. So let me start by mentioning Anne Elizabeth Jensdóttir. Where are you? And there should be a microphone for you.
Here it is.
Yes.
Is it on?
We need to. There's no sound. So.
It's not on? Is it? Yes,
No,
it
it's on.
is. Thank you so much for passing me the floor. I have a somewhat sensitive but also important question to you. Western countries, such as the Nordic countries, have a long history of imposing their views and way of life on the global south. Sometimes with the best of intentions, sometimes with the worst. Nonetheless, the consequences have often been devastating. How do we ensure that the Nordic countries' development aid policies don't become a continuation of colonialism by other means?
Well, that's an easy question. Where do we start with that? Katrín, do you want to?
Well, I think it is really a complicated question and it's no simple answer. And if we take an example from Iceland, where we have, because we were talking about gender equality, we have focused on gender equality in our developmental collaboration. Obviously, that is a value that we value very greatly, but we also firmly believe that it is a universal human right that should apply everywhere. So I think when dealing with that, so we are not actually continuing to acting in the same way as was done in the 19th century, really. I think we have to value all the different factors, because obviously these trends can be found in development collaboration, that Western values are imposed on the global south. But we also must think about which values is something that the world has actually united around. And therefore, I talk a lot about the SDGs because I firmly believe that they are not part of imposing values. Those are the values that we have actually united around as a world. So I think, therefore, that is a pact that I truly believe that should be our guiding lines, not just in development collaboration, but in everything we're doing. I know they are abstract and people find them very distant. And they say, what does it matter to us in Iceland, what the SDGs are all about, But it's really because it's one humankind. And even though we're at a different place, I think we all can find it very useful to use those goals as a guiding light for what we're doing. But I think it's a sensitive question, and I think you probably could find some examples about Western values being imposed upon the global south during this, through development collaboration.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Okay, so coming from a colonized nation, I think that it's very important we remember history. In trying to accommodate those core values, We did have, and still have, the Charter of Human Rights.
Yeah.
I think it's well to remember that many countries were still colonized when the declaration was signed. And that as we have progressed, do we own it? And I think we do, but perhaps it's not apparent. And we own it in our constitutions. So I think when you come into a conversation with developed and developing countries, important to make the emphasis of one's constitution, and so that your human rights are right in front of you in your countries with leaders that need to deliver them, and that the Charter in Geneva is the benchmark of where the world comes together and agrees we're one, and we're one on a set of core values. I think over the years, probably those core values, as different countries have had the ability to develop, we have layered more and more and more. We lost the core. We left people behind in traveling on some of those core values and rights for women, gender, and so now we see the tensions. It is a complex question to answer. You can't answer it one way. And I think that today, when we have those conversations, the rights that we hold on to are indivisible. But there's also something that we said about them, they're progressive. So they're journeys that we need to take with people, with countries. And I think where you have had that experience of getting to the top, then you need to bring people along. And in bringing people along, you don't drag them. You don't force people, because you might get them to the destination and then you'll regress and wonder why, the next day you can't get agreement and you've gone back and you'll say we've lost ground on rights. Well, you never had them. So it's really important to embrace them. There's a lot of unconscious bias. And so we find that on different levels. Even today, when I'm sitting at the table and I'm chairing a meeting, the unconscious bias at the table says that what is this woman first, and woman from the South doing at the head of this table with many other men and women from the North? And you suddenly see a conversation happening in front of you without you. You have to say, hello, DSG, the Deputy Secretary General, it's me. And it's not that it's deliberate. You just said unintentional. It is unintentional, but it has to be called out so that we can right those wrongs. The same happens with our education system. Our education system is one that has been colonized. It is an education system that's not grown from inside of countries, that's taken the value of religion, of traditions, of culture. Not all culture and traditions are bad. That you may not agree with them, but you've got to travel with people through all of this. And if I use two extremes where we have extreme views on them from developed and developing countries, I'll take polygamy. We have laws, and it works for many countries in the developing world. We've not got to a stage where we will say, no, it's a monogamous marriage that we want, or a partnership that we want. And so people need to understand how that works. And that why are younger people today in many of our countries saying, well, that's what we prefer? Do they have agency to project that and to protect that because that is their way? Or you have the LGBTQI communities for many countries who have not been able to digest that. And are they right, are they wrong? We have to travel till we get to where this diversity that we have in our world today is that fabric with threads that are also important and that are the strength that we must embrace. So I think we still have a way to go on anything, but can you open up the space to have that discussion? It is uncomfortable. We should be able to agree to disagree. And on the things that do harm, we have to come together to deal with those and find the solutions for it. I have a lot of hope because I see in many discussions where we've been courageous enough to bring difficult issues to the table that we've been able to have conclusions that have actually seen champions come from where you least expect it to push those issues because there are better understanding. There is more empathy with what the sufferings of people are as a result of those rights being denied. And it's not always a question that we're apparent about. And I think this is where the echo chambers, we need to come out of them. Technology, again, how can we have a conversation that is more inclusive? How can we find solutions to these that everyone can live with? And you know, that's a world where there is solidarity in looking for the dignity in life. Everybody must be dignified. Their ways of life. Just hearing about, I'm from a herder family. So herders and farmers, it is the root cause of it is our inability to have recognized that urbanization happens, and that with that more food is needed, and with that you need to go back to these two important communities that actually have a symbiotic relationship to see how do we work out the land issue, the grazing issue, the livelihoods, how do we move a generation of herders into ranching, how do we look at farmers who will you know, see the value of their compatriots as they've worked out in life. This is difficult. And when it's not attended to, you will have conflict. It may be exacerbated by climate change, but ultimately it is a lack of leadership to provide the space for both urbanization to happen, food to be provided, and people's lives and livelihoods to be honored.
Thank you. We have another question from Joshua Gabriel Davidsson, who is the Icelandic representative to the UNR.
Thank you. So although we might pass laws, human rights laws with the best of intention, they might not always have the effect that we imagined and can sometimes even backfire. And sometimes we can also see some fluctuations in cultures. For example, you can see some conflict bubbling up with the LGBTQIA here in Iceland, for example, and also overnight in, for example, Israel-Palestine conflict now in Gaza over the weekend. So what are the major challenges that hinder the effectiveness of human rights laws, and what are ways of overcoming these and these fluctuations that we see?
I think first things first, you have to respect the rights of everyone, recognize them, include them, and we have to have these conversations from the lowest level of our existence, which is in your family, in your community, in your society. Having this top-down doesn't work. The conversations that are happening now on Israel and Palestine is that, you know, we have to remember every life is valuable. And if we do that and we start from that point, we begin to look for the solutions to protect those lives and to stop the consequences of two sides that look not to find the solutions. Again, it's about leadership. But leadership doesn't have to start from the top down, it should. But, you know, we can change that from within. And, you know, that voice needs to count. It is going back to why would Iceland's voice count when perhaps the prevailing leadership is in the P5? Well, once you bring your voice to the table on what is right, and you gain a momentum around that right, then you for sure will see that bigger powers begin to buckle. And we've seen that on climate. We've seen that from Barbados that argued the financial consequences of excluding small nations and bring some of those clauses to the fore that were approved by the IMF, and now see the protection of those nations through climate justice. So you do have voices that can start from the very smallest space into the arena where rights are abused, where people's lives are taken for granted. But it is so important. Recognize people's views. As I say, we may disagree with many of them, but if we hear them and engage them, you can begin to have a conversation. I walked into Afghanistan for one reason alone: let's not forget about the women and girls of Afghanistan. I was not going to win you know, Hayatullah in Kandahar saying he's reversing everything because Amina Mohammed landed in Afghanistan. But what we did was to amplify the voices of the women there. They don't want us to make up their voices, they just want us to amplify them and to have robust discussions with the leadership of the Taliban, in which I could remind them that there are laws within the Quran, within the Hadith, that they are trampling over. And today we are still open in that discussion. We will have a debate on women in Islam in the next 2 weeks. So I think that you have to hang on to to the rights and the truth and your convictions, and keep pushing until they're achieved. We are in a world where the realities are pretty miserable, but the aspirations of all those instruments we put there, I think Karen just said this, on the SDGs, are amazing. So we need to want to achieve them and not to reinvent them. They're there, but let's try to close the gap between what is and what should be.
But it's so odd, really, because if you think about the progress, you know, because obviously loads of progress have been made in the world for the last 100 years, even though we started this morning a little bit bleakly. You know, if we think about it, so much has happened. And how has that happened? It has happened through dialogue. And therefore, you sometimes wonder, why do not everybody see this? Why do not everybody realize that real progress is only made through dialogue, and respectful dialogue, and try to create understanding, because in the end, it's all about humans. And they are, of course, different, but still very much the same. So I think if we really think about what has worked, dialogue is the tool that has worked. Amina mentioned small countries, and they have done an amazing, really, job in really raising their flag when it comes to climate action. And I admire not least the small island states that have raised that flag and spoken very loudly and actually made some very important changes through their through what they have been saying. And the same can also be said about the people living around the Arctic, because we're going to talk about the Arctic here in this house in just a few days' time at the Arctic Circle. And I think always the most important people there at that conference are the people who are actually living around the Arctic. And they have been saying, all very good that you are talking about the Arctic and the opportunities that are there, but we want to be there to talk about it. So I think when you really are pessimistic, you also must remember that progress has truly been made, and dialogue has always been the tool which has made that progress.
That light, that tower, that light that we see there is hope. I mean, it's the one commodity that the UN has, and that's the one we propagate. Because without it, then why are we sitting in this room? We must remain hopeful. The fact that both of us women are sitting on this stage is hopeful. Because from us, you know, hopefully many more women will stand on our shoulders, and they will be more women and more leaders that are women like yourself, for which we're incredibly proud.
Well, I think that's a good note to stop on. I know we have to come to a hard stop because you're both very busy and have to be somewhere entirely else in about 10 minutes' time. But it's also good to end on a slightly more optimistic note than we started at. I guess that's as good as we'll get today. I want to thank my distinguished panelists, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Amina J Mohammed. Let's give them both a...
To be continued. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
It is time to start our session. My name is Guðmundur. I'm professor of history at the University of Iceland, but also the chairman of the board of the Institute of International Affairs at the university. So this session will be divided into two parts. It will deal with, in many ways, the the subject, the topic of this conference, which is Nordic solidarity for peace. As we know, the Nordic countries, the 5 Nordic countries, have cooperated very closely and intensively on peace, peace promotion in the world, based on their common values of belief in democracy and peaceful solutions to the problems. It is, in many ways, symbolic of the Nordic role in peacemaking that just last month we were celebrating the 30 years anniversary of the Oslo Accords. It is unfortunately not a very happy situation at the moment, but at least the Oslo Accords demonstrated the power and the possibilities of the Nordic countries, how they can, what role they can play in the world. We also meet here at a very particular time in our history because probably in a few months all the Nordic countries will be in NATO. We are dealing with the challenges caused by the Ukraine war and the kind of changes of the situation of the Nordic countries caused by the war. Some of the Nordic countries are very close to the conflict there, and this is something that will influence the way in which the Nordic countries cooperate. The focus here is and the kind of aim of the session is to kind of promote the international research on peace, the institutes of peace research in the Nordic countries, and the dialogue with policymakers. So we have kind of two sections. It is divided into two parts, the session. First, there will be opening remarks by two ministers, and then there will be a dialogue between representatives from each of the Nordic countries who are kind of engaged in academic peace research. And then we will end with the minister joining the panel to kind of wrapping this up. So time is short. I will then introduce the two ministers who will come here up first. We will begin by Anne-Beate Tvinnereim, who is the Minister for Nordic Cooperation and International Development in Norway. And after her will be Guðmundur Guðbrandsson, who was introduced already this morning, so I'm not going to repeat that. So, Anne, please come up here.
Thank you, Professor. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I truly appreciate this opportunity to discuss the role of Nordic engagement in peace processes. We, the Nordics, have a strong track record in peace and conflict resolution. It's been an important part of our foreign policies over decades. In some areas, we have cooperated closely. In some contexts, we have operated individually. And may I also say that in my experience, Norway and Iceland, as non-EU members, have in some cases had an advantage as especially independent mediators. The Norwegian government is devoted to strengthening our commitment to peace and reconciliation. Dialogue is the key word. We need more dialogue in challenging times. Lasting peace requires political solutions, which requires dialogue. And in the current geopolitical context, after Russia's horrific and illegal war on Ukraine, we see that the global distrust is increasing. False narratives of the causes of the war and also of the indirect consequences that the war has on developing countries in terms of food insecurity, rising costs of living, etc. These are undermining global cooperation, increasing the distrust. And I have discussed this challenge with my Icelandic counterpart on a number of occasions, and we all agree that the Nordics are in a good position to counter that narrative and to combat it together through even closer sort of messaging internationally. Let me mention one concrete example of Nordic cooperation in the field of peace and security, namely the Global and Nordic Women Mediators Network. Since 2015, the networks have contributed to promote women mediators, enhancing the participation of women in peace processes and draw attention to the need for gender-sensitive peace processes and peace agreements. The Nordics have set example for other regions that now have established their own regional women's network. And the network members engage globally in building capacity, advocating for inclusion of women and drawing attention to the talent pool these networks represent. Just to give you one example. The Nordics have a reputation as honest brokers and defenders of international law. The way we have organized our Nordic societies through our welfare states, our focus on equality, on redistribution, is also an important ingredient in our soft power repertoire, so to speak. And the key word is trust. Again, trust. We trust each other, we trust our institutions, and we trust that social contracts underpinning our societies will be honored. Increasingly, however, we experience that the cohesion of our own societies are challenged, both from within and from the outside. Internal discord could inevitably impact our reputation and ability to wield our soft power potential. So we need to work hard to avoid that development. And we are facing a complex international environment in which climate change and migration, to name two, add to more traditional local and regional conflicts. And that requires, my friends, innovative approaches and novel solutions where research, academia, and policy must work together. And there are no easy answers. The SDG Summit in New York in September made it clear that we must step up our common efforts at reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. And Amina Mohammed made a clear case on that, how the SDGs are a fundament of conflict resolution and peace. Our peace research community has a key role to play in this regard. We need more knowledge, we need new knowledge to better understand the connection between climate change, natural disasters, environmental degradation, poverty, war, and conflicts, and to respond in smarter, innovative ways. I truly believe that we, the Nordics, can achieve great things, promoting global trust and dialogue when we move together. In my work as Minister of International Development, time and time again, I see that the values that we share in the Nordic countries give us sometimes a different and very fruitful approach in many contexts around the world. And this is an asset, but it is an underutilized asset. Again, trust is the key. Decreasing trust between countries, within countries, and in multilateral cooperation is a threat to the very fabric that our region has built our success on. So let us put the Nordic cooperation and integration, our Nordic values that we cherish so much, to even better use internationally, because the need is definitely greater than ever. Thank you.
Dear friends, I think I must begin by thanking Anna Beate, my colleague from Norway, first of all for coming to Iceland and participate in this conference. And I think that also shows friendship and trust, because you mentioned trust as well. We have cooperated very well as ministers for Nordic cooperation, and I am sure we will continue doing so. Thank you so much for coming here. I remember when we started out with this idea, and you know, Icelanders, they are a little bit like, they get an idea and they just do it. So you can just imagine that the idea of having peace as one of the emphasis in our Nordic cooperation program, chairmanship program this year, it came very, very, very last minute. And that's very typical Icelandic, but it's also very typical Icelandic to make it happen. And I mean, this event here today is the highlight of this emphasis of our chairmanship. When we started digging a little bit into this, given the short time we had, obviously, because we were so late coming up with this. I hadn't really realized that the Nordics haven't been at war internally for over 200 years. And I thought, wow, well, pretty good, no? Well, then I thought, well, maybe we should never have been at war at all, but that's another thing. But it's a reminder of how a decision and devotion can lead to a result. And 200 years is perhaps a long time in the context of war and peace. So I believe that this long-standing peace has been extremely important to each and every of the Nordic countries and undoubtedly contributed to the prosperity and welfare that the Nordic region enjoys today. So we have managed to find a way to rise above old conflicts and rivalry and seek peaceful solutions to disputes that occur between us. And of course they occur. I mean, COVID is the most recent example where there were some conflicts because people couldn't move between countries freely. And I believe that the Nordic way of seeking peaceful solutions to conflicts is a vital part of the common culture of our region today. But it didn't come out of nothing. After the Second World War, there was an urge among the Nordic countries to make a stronger commitment to each other. And we signed the Helsinki Treaty, and we also established the Nordic Council and later the Nordic Council of Ministers. And perhaps this is a good example of how we can use soft power to secure peace. Because this Nordic cooperation aims at making it easier to move between the countries, to enjoy the same level of service no matter where in the region you are, to be able to study, to be able to work without hindrances and problems. In other words, you are welcomed in any of the other Nordic countries as if you were a citizen of that same country. At least this is our vision. And I believe that this creates unity and solidarity, and that it safeguards internal peace within the region. And to quote my friend Anna Beate, it builds on trust. That is the key. Now, I mentioned in my opening remarks that the Nordics have collectively emerged at the international level as messengers of peace and proponents of international agreements on peace and disarmament. We have built this reputation in international cooperation. And there have been some outstanding Nordic individuals that have acted as mediators in international conflicts. But I believe it's only fair to specifically mention Finland and Norway. And I was told maybe you should not say that, but I'm going to do it because I'm never politically correct, and it's one of my aims not to try particularly to be so. But I want to particularly mention Norway, and it's not only because Anna Beate came here, because I think it's more because it's true. And this is a culture that we should encourage and foster actively. We should make peace a cornerstone of the Nordic cooperation. Now, I would also like to comment shortly on the role of the Nordic peace research. And I want to take environmental protection as an example, because I believe that if we get more information on the links between environmental protection, in particular climate change, and peace, and the interlinkages in between, we get vital information to build future decisions on. We can mention increased flooding, droughts, wildfires, new heat records being set almost every year. And these will and are already putting a huge stress on our societies and our economies. In some regions, we are seeing more and more environmental refugees who are forced to leave their homes in search for a better and more peaceful life. And that is in some cases because ecosystems don't support their well-being anymore, and social unrest and conflict is increasing as a consequence. So just as peace is important for environmental protection and action, environmental protection is perhaps even more important to secure peace and even to create peace. So I believe that environmental protection is a critical key to peace, but more research on these interlinkages would be welcomed. Now, I just want to say that in wars, there are no winners, there are only losers. And this is not only true for individuals, but also societies, and it is also true for the environment. At the end of the day, war doesn't solve any problems, it creates problems. But I want to end really with the words of Amina Mohammed on hope. So my question to all of us is really, how can we better foster hope? Remind ourselves of hope when we get all this negative news, both about wars breaking out, about the state of our planet, etc., etc. How can we remain hopeful? Because hope is a fundamental force for change. So let's remind ourselves of the importance of having a hope, and when we lose the hope, we must find it again. And we must do that, or we can do that, simply by talking to other people and creating a dialogue. So I'm really looking forward to this session and all the conference, of course. And as someone wise once told me, Mummi, you always talk for too long. So now I'm off the stage.
I thank the two ministers for the opening remarks. We have here some keywords: trust and hope, but also more knowledge, new knowledge, which is something we are going to discuss now in the second half of this session. I would like to invite the panelists to come up here. They are Anine Hagemann, she is a special advisor for Foreign Ministry in Denmark. Jenny Lilja, Director of Studies, Peace and Development at Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI. Louise Olsson, she is a Research Director on the Department of Global Politics, Norms and Societies in the Peace Research Institute of Oslo, PRIO. Marco Letti, he is a Research Director of Tampere Peace Research Institute, TAPRI. And Pia Hansson, who is the Director of the Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre. So they are all here.
There's so many chairs.
It's going to get all the attention today.
Okay. We have now already heard some wise words about peace. Now we are going to discuss a little bit the ways in which research, academic research, can contribute to peace and the role the Nordic countries play in promoting peace in the world, and also how they kind of interact with policymakers. So my first question to you all, and I would like you all to respond to this question, is first of all, what is the role that peace research has played and could play in the Nordic countries? And kind of tied to that, the question, what are the examples of research questions that need to be posed for us to kind of challenge, to meet the challenges of promoting peace in the future? So.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that is a critical question, and I think in a serious format like this, I would still like to start with a quote from Terry Pratchett. I don't know if you know him, but he writes these fantasy novels. But he has this quote that I think captures sort of the essence of how I see peace research. And this is when one of his main characters finds himself in a very serious and sort of unexpected situation. This character is called Wimes. He says, "The important thing is not to shout at this point," Wimes told himself. "Do not, what do they call it, go postal or go uncontrollably angry. Find out, treat this as a learning exercise. Find out why the world is not as you thought it was. Assemble the facts, digest the information, consider the implications, and then you go uncontrollably mad, but you do it with precision." And I think, tying back to the minister's entry points and starting points here, I think Nordic peace research has really been a very strong success story. So for example, in terms of climate research, if I only look at Norway, we have both PRIO and NUPI sort of contributing to both national and international debates. And I think we also need to recognize that we were actually sort of part of both of being part of founding peace research and been at these research frontiers, and also then being engaged in the actual moving forward. And I would like to bring up 3 points as to why I think that that is, because of course there are many factors that play into this. But I think those are important to safeguard and also build on, because we have invested a lot in this in terms of societal capital to safeguard this. The first is that sort of one of the main criteria for success is that we have been very successful in contributing to collecting high quality, long-term data. And we have done that on many dimensions that are critical to our societies. And I think that sounds really, really dry, but in an area where, at a time where disinformation is sort of really targeting how we perceive things, having these kind of databases that have been built up over decades that we can actually rely on, that's gone through high quality testing, is really critical. And I think Hans Rosling is a very good example how that actually helps us move forward. But the second point is, of course, that if we tie back to, I think, Mark Twain saying that there are lies, there are damn lies, and then there are statistics. So the other criteria for why peace research in the Nordic countries have been so successful is that it has also done a very high quality sort of analysis of this data that has really tried to avoid all these sort of easy answers. And I think that one of the things I often tell my students is that if you only find in your analysis the reasons or the outcomes that you want to find, then your mind is probably playing tricks on you, for the social phenomena we're talking about here are so complex. And I think as a decision maker, if you have researchers that only give you the snippets of what you want to hear, then it's time to start asking really critical questions, because that they're probably not giving you a very good foundation for decisions. And in terms of the third point then is that peace research also builds on a very long-term engagement by researchers to contribute to social change. It was formed during the coldest part of the Cold War, and it was built on trying to rectify or trying to prevent, get at the root causes for why we saw the world wars, genocide, colonialism, human rights abuses. So it really sort of is really engaged in trying to get at those problems. But doing that in a very then nuanced and sort of strategic way in order to be as sort of uncontrollably angry with precision that really gets at the root causes. And I think going forward, I would just like to mention a few. I know that I was actually chosen to go first because my panelists are then going to move us into the future even more. But there is one area that I would really like to mention, and it has been really highlighted both in the Nobel Prize and also here today, and that requires sort of women's rights and women's involvement in peace and conflict. Because there we have had very huge progress. The Nordic countries have invested a lot in this. And one area where I see we could all sort of continue to invest together is gender disaggregated data. So how do we actually hold ourselves, sort of get at the root causes and do assessments in order to actually be able to be even more effective in sort of pushing back this pushback against women's rights. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm very thankful to our incredible Icelandic hosts. As Louise said, I believe that the Nordic countries have truly pioneered peace research as a subject of empirical study. Why is this important? Because when it all started during the Cold War, there were major information asymmetries, and knowledge related to conflict and war was not public. It was basically concentrated into the hands of the superpowers and great powers at the time. So that was one key reason for the research institute where I work, why it was founded, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. And it tackled precisely the major threat at the time, weapons of mass destruction, tracking stockpiles and investments in that. So it was really to level the information playing field so that everyone, also small states, medium-sized states, and interested citizens of the world would know what was going on. Peace research then historically revolved a lot around violence and conflict. And also the Uppsala conflict database actually helped formulate a technical definition of what constitutes a conflict, a non-legal one based on the number of conflict deaths. So we have been providing a global knowledge public good, helping to sort of clear subjective opinions, propaganda, which is all the time present when it comes to matters to do with power and violence. Moving forward, I would like to see a deeper and more targeted focus on peace. We see that peace is not just the flip side of war. It's not the absence of war. And we have been painfully aware that we can never take peace for granted. So it needs to be subject to rigorous empirical study because peace comes in different forms. It can be repressive, stifling, totalitarian, cold. And in the Nordic region and across the whole world, I believe that people expect more from a state of peace. We expect a state of individual and societal well-being where everyone is allowed to develop their full human potential. So I think we need to refocus our energy again and pin down what are these enabling conditions also in our own societies. We are often a little bit implicit in the Nordic region, but we need to be explicit about the key ingredients of peace. And the ministers pointed to the relevance of trust, present levels of trust. And what do we want to aim at? Trust in government, trust in other people in our societies. What kind of cooperative behaviors do we want to see? You know, as opposed to segmentation, fragmentation, large chunks of our societies being excluded. What should social cohesion look like? You know, and what are the institutions that we want to see at every level of society that can sort of peacefully resolve and deal with conflicts, down to the sort of neighborhood area. And to this, I would add resilience to hybrid attacks against our societies. And this also came forward prominently in terms of the disinformation flows affecting the whole world. And finally, resilience to cope with climate, environmental threats. So I think we need to be far more explicit about the intangible assets of our societies that we need to protect and invest in. And that we can collectively, as researchers, monitor to provide information to decision makers. So it's incredibly important, I think, and it's of course pertinent that we as researchers can help decision makers, you know, navigate the compound, complex problems of today by posing relevant research questions. And I want to pick up on the very pertinent point that was made, the question posed from the audience about instruments for promoting peace. And I want to pick up on the role of development aid, because I fully agree that that also needs to be subject to empirical scrutiny. And we can learn a lot from our decades and decades of engagement in fragile and conflict-affected countries across the world. So this has a lot of potential, and at CIPRI, we have been actually looking at all recipient countries for the past 30 years and investigated the relevance of the composition of aid in individual countries, basically breaking it down between humanitarian, more conventional development assistance, and peace-building assistance that looks precisely at inclusive participation, at strengthening core government functions, sort of nurturing that two-way social contract. And we basically found that in post-conflict settings, when the share of this kind of peace-building targeted support was more prominent, they were able to keep the peace, whereas other societies that received a lower share of this kind of assistance unfortunately relapsed into large-scale violence. Yeah, I think I will stop there and hand over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you very much. I could agree more with the kind of your words about the importance of Nordic peace research and kind of its history. The peace research has been as a part of a Nordic peace ecosystem for over half a decade, or 60 years in Priya and 50 years for TAPRI. And I think that it has many kind of important roles. It's producing database, the kind of research, supporting perhaps a peace building, but it's also there to be a critical towards also towards the peacemaking, not only for the world around. And it should go beyond. It should have visions. And I think this is the time where we should go beyond and give a lot of a vision of how world would look like and how we can address and inform. Because peace research is a research for the peace. It's not only about the research of the peace. And when I see the title Nordic Solidarity for Peace, I immediately ask a question that whose peace, kind of what peace we are talking about, and how we are kind of expressing this solidarity and huge questions. And indeed, I think we are living in a very turbulent era that has been expressed many times already today. But it seems that we cannot stop the change going on. The liberal order which we are living with liberal multilateralism is seemingly kind of changing. And in what direction we see that we have a return of an interstate war within Europe, but we have already for many years strengthening authoritarian illiberal contestation towards this order, and we have a decolonial contest for a long time, which have to be taken seriously. And these two are combined in many places. And the result is that the kind of peace building, peacemaking, its legitimacy is declining, and leverage is declining. And we don't know in what direction the world is going on. Maybe it's going on in multi-order world. Maybe it's something which Chinese are looking for, world of disorder. But we have to understand the changes and also to try to address that. Not only can't defend what we have, but the world is changing. And I think that one of the key questions now is also is how the peacemaking, peace building, peace mediation look beyond this kind of a liberal universalism, because we have to think about that, and that we have the still peace kind of promotion for the peacemaking in the future order, and they are not areas where the kind of peacemaking completely excluded. And I think here the peace research is doing well in certain level. There are a lot of interesting theoretical kind of a discussion introducing a new kind of ideas what peace is. And also they are more interesting also kind of issue how the practice of peace is looking on these kind of things. And I'm very much myself a kind of admired or idea of agonistic peace, but there are similar kind of things or adaptive peace, and they are offering an idea about, could I say, conflictual consensus, where it is possible to disagree without not violence, and how we, and I think that's we needed to think about within the states and between the states, how we can create this kind of agonistic systems that we can mitigate a potential violence. It's also offering kind of idea that how peace systems could look like. There are different kind of peace systems, and very locally, very broader, and it's good that we are kind of researching them. Then I have to be also critical towards a kind of a peace research and a Nordic peace research. I think that the Russian aggression towards Ukraine comes as a surprise for the peace research in many ways. So that, and the kind of a critical points here that the peace research has quite a lot of have a focus on global south, and then all case studies of kind of focuses like in peacemaking. Europe has been a bit of blind spot on here, especially the Eastern Europe and Russia. That's been not as much a kind of studied, and it has been now time to kind of turn our attention and our visionary thinking towards Europe and its future, and understanding in a broad perspective, not just the European Union, but including the whole Europe. And think about how the world and Europe look like after the end, when the war comes to end in Ukraine, how we build our kind of a new peace systems. And I think this has opened up a lot of a very concrete research question. I will end in here, and I'm very much working with these in myself. In Ferguson, it's a question of Ukraine. You have to think about how you combine this kind of security guarantees, military issues, but also how to bring in the question that is dear for the peace research, inclusivity of peace, a kind of democracy. And this is the kind of a difficult thinking. Old kind of a way of thinking doesn't work there. But I'm kind of sure that there will come up good ideas, and I trust I've been engaged a lot with the Ukrainian colleagues, and they are doing very good work on peace research on that, and thinking how they put it, that you kind of how to win the war, but not to lose the peace. So you cannot have a militarized peace, but you have an inclusive peace with the security guarantees. Another thing is as a kind of a core-issue is the OSCE, the only kind of a European-wide security and peace organization which have, in practice, lost its function. It's not anymore functioning. How we build a long perspective, a new peace systems in Europe that that kind of a people, again, all around Europe, trust on peaceful future. Because I think here's the trust is which prevail in Europe. You trust that all conflicts are solved in peaceful manner, and that we lost that with the kind of Russian aggression into Ukraine. How that be returned? I'll stop here and leave it for you.
Thank you, Marco. So nice to be here. Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for organizing this really important discussion. I'm Amina Hagemann. I'm from the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but I'm speaking today in a research capacity. I want to take a step back and maybe, as a peace researcher, also give us an opportunity to take a broad view and say, what are really the sets of questions that we're grappling with today? I see sort of two sets of questions. I see some political questions about, is it in our foreign policy interest to invest more in peace building and peace research? And is there a Nordic special added value in this field? There are also some epistemological questions about what is the role of peace research and what are examples of questions peace research can ask. Now, to the first one, the one about the Nordic common foreign policy interest in peace research and peace building, I think we've had a lot of deliberations already answering that question, and it's quite clear that we have a joint interest in stronger multilateralism, in investing in prevention, in investing in peace building and peace research. I want to add, though, a point that I think is really important that no one has talked about today, which is we really need to improve communication of results and impact to convince our own taxpayers at home that we need a stronger engagement here, because we're faced with realities of competing challenges and restricted budgets. So while these discussions are very important, we need more research, like the research that Jenny was just mentioning about the effects of peace building and the effects of peace research on how we can improve the world and why this is really in our core foreign policy interests. About the more epistemological questions about the role of peace research and the examples of questions that we can ask, this may come as this may be self-implied, but I still want to raise the point that peace research asks a very fundamentally different question to a lot of other types of academic fields that engage with war and security. Peace research asks the fundamental question of why war and how peace. It's basically about imagining. So this is a very good opportunity to discuss the theme of the conference, right? Peace research, the foundations of peace research are about imagining different societies and different futures. And the approaches of peace research are all about inclusive dialogue, of listening, of understanding, and of critique. So these questions, just as Marco said, we must not forget. Now, is there really a place for Nordic collaboration? We've touched a little bit on it, but we haven't actually gotten into the thick of it. I wrote a report a few years ago with a colleague of mine, Isabel Bramsen. It's called New Nordic Peace. In that report, we talked to practitioners and researchers about Nordic collaboration on peace and conflict. We found that Nordic cooperation in this field is often very organic. It comes informally, it comes naturally, because we're very much alike, we have trust in each other, and we are often stronger together in the field. The primary challenge can sometimes be when we compete against each other, and when we want to take credit, for example, for in peace diplomacy. And there, that's a challenge that we have to be aware of and also navigate. Some of the key areas where we can cooperate more are peace building, women, peace, and security. But in our general, maybe the strongest one is the approaches to peace and the approaches to the way we engage in the world. There are a number of recommendations in there. A different thing, my last point, which I want to come back to, is the whole added value of the Nordics. And I think there was a really important question raised by one of the young people about exporting colonial solutions. And I think as Nordics, we sometimes have tended to go out into the world with a discourse of exceptionalism. And I think the time is probably up to come exporting solutions. But we don't need to translate that into sort of picking ourselves completely apart, because we do, in fact, have a very strong brand still. We have a very strong legitimacy, a long track record to build on, especially in the way that we've done development and peace building. Not based in interests, but based in principles of human rights and development rights. We're small, so we've always had to listen to others, and we can be bridge builders. The fundamental role of peace research and peace building is that it trains our muscles in these areas. It trains our muscles of solidarity. It trains our muscles of imagining, and it trains our muscles in terms of collaborating, of understanding others, understanding how they work and how we work with them to find solutions. And so I think we have a very credible way of engaging with the world and a very unique legitimacy as Nordics if we can embody that partnership approach and use peace research as a way to train that muscle.
That is so excellently put. And I feel, of course, a little bit out of my league here, I must say, with all my distinguished panelists here that come from a very rich tradition of peace research in the other Nordic countries. Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre was only started a few years ago, so we feel that we're in our very early days. And participating in something like this, putting this together, and having all these great colleagues from the Nordic countries here, and all you participating as well, is very much part of what it is that we want to do in fine-tuning where we want to go with Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre in the next few years. The Nordic region is often described as of and for peace. A long-standing tradition of peace research is associated with the Nordic countries, as we have heard here today. So we are a bit of a late bloomer in this, and we're certainly looking forward to the next 2 days to be able to shape it even further. We have put a focus on non-conventional actors
in our research and analysis on peace building from below, on acknowledging gender and other social groups, understanding the local in peace processes, and sub- and non-state actor roles as either spoilers or supporters of peace. You know, when the idea came about to partner up with the Icelandic Presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers this year, I must let you in a little bit of a secret. It was actually quite difficult to put the concept together. I mean, it often is. If you're trying to put together a concept note among academics, you know that it is a complex thing. But then when you actually add the policymakers into the mix, at times I felt a little bit, I'll just admit it, a little bit fatigued. But we managed to pull it together, and then you could say that, of course, any kind of concept you make for something like this has to be wide-reaching, because we want the discussion to be on that level. So you have to kind of try to encompass everything. But I mean, when you look at the title, you could say Nordic Solidarity for Peace. Should it have a question mark? I mean, I don't want to be that pessimistic, so we're leaving out the question mark. But I nonetheless leave it up to you to discuss it further in the next 2 days, whether it should have had a question mark. Let's put it that way. But bringing together people from academia and policymakers, I believe, is one of the main roles that we want to be engaged in at Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre. And we're so very happy also about the Nordic collaboration that I feel that is really starting to bloom between us, the Nordic Peace Research Institute, that have been so instrumental in putting this together. So yeah, I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Academics usually stay in ivory towers, and they think it's great, just to be in the ivory tower, not think about the world. I'm a historian, so I don't even need to think about the present. I can just think about the past. However, we are discussing here how peace research, which is academically based, how it can influence policymaking, and Pia came into it, mentioned this, that just organizing this conference was a little bit difficult because we speak often a little bit different languages. Not we, but we and the policymakers. We inhabit different worlds because our politics, academic politics, are very different from the real politics of the world. So I would like to ask you to kind of think about and discuss how the interplay between research and policy and decision-making may look like, because we are, as you say, we mentioned the challenges we are facing today. Marco mentioned this kind of refocusing on Europe, because suddenly that is clearly a policy area where peace research is important. And also, what are the modalities by which research informs policy rather than staying on the shelf? How can we go out of the ivory towers and into the real world? So maybe we go this way now. Yeah.
Oh, I should start?
Yeah.
That is excellent. No, I think that the importance of really involving all sides is increasingly an issue that we have to discuss. We also, what you mentioned very much, many of you, is trust, of course. I think that we as academics, as universities, we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to engage in the dialogue that's going on. We have a responsibility to actually bring about as much as we can facts into dialogues on whatever issues those are. So I think that is extremely important. We have to face the fact that trust is eroding in academic findings. So this is a joint task for all of us to really focus on. But bringing academics into the dialogue and facts on policymaking is really extremely important. It's a role we should take very seriously. Yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that and actually want to hear more from my wonderful colleagues here.
Okay. This is a really interesting question, the question of how we as researchers can contribute better to the policy dialogue, and how can policy integrate our findings better. I wrote a piece with a colleague, Isabel Bramson, on the relationship between researchers and practitioners in the field of Nordic peace research. And we identified a number of different modes of traveling. We used that term because a lot of the peace researchers use that term of traveling, both themselves traveling in and out of policy and having to translate between the different worlds, but also of concepts traveling, sometimes being misappropriated, but sometimes having great consequences for the policy world, but also of students traveling and the important role of education in terms of really building the foundations of critical mindsets, but also asking the right types of questions and bringing in the right forms of knowledge. I think if we're to strengthen knowledge production in the peace research area, we need to look at some different areas. One is the ecosystems of knowledge production. So how do decision makers access knowledge? Which forms of deliberation exist between policymakers and knowledge producers? Are researchers being brought in, and are there systems that facilitate that? There are some interesting findings from Denmark from the COVID crisis, where you had a very limited number of health experts being brought in with policymakers at the early stages. And there were a lot of mistakes made because the knowledge production base was quite narrow. So it's very important that we have a diversification of knowledge brought in, especially in these times where the questions that we're answering are maybe about how do we best militarily engage in Ukraine. At the same time, we need to be asking all those more long-term questions and questions that may seem counterintuitive, but which, for example, peace research has a tradition for asking. In addition to ecosystems of knowledge production, we should also look at the processes of knowledge generation. Are policy makers asking the right kinds of questions at the right times? But also the forms of knowledge, both in terms of asking the types of questions, but also in terms of packaging knowledge in the right ways. As Pia was mentioning, you know, the status of knowledge has really been degraded, and others of you have mentioned this as well. So our very important credo as researchers to be better at communicating our results and the impact of our efforts in peace building. That's something I started out by saying, but maybe I'll end there too, in that communicating the impact clearly and having the dialogue at the right times with policymakers is really key.
Yes, it is interesting and really relevant question how we engaged with the other part of our peace ecosystems on Nordic peace. And it's a nice words that we used here. So the kind of it's expressing that in this field, the kind of a feeling among the researchers, peace practitioners, policymakers somehow to belong together in certain broader way, which in my opinion it's not as clear in many other spheres. I'm not knowing the other spheres of how the kind of social kind of political scientists are engaging with some policymakers or so. But I compare with a bit of the field which I know also is international relations studies, and here's make a big difference between those who are in peace research and those who are studying more political science. Also in the way they're putting the research question. It's easy to say so that peace research is a research for the peace. It's more difficult to say what actually it means when you put the research question. It's not generally not given easy answers. It's not given a kind of easily for policy relevant answers. It's not a kind of some kind of ready-made kind of guidelines for the practitioners how to do it, the better peacemaking or get a better kind of results no, that it certainly is not. But it's aimed to make it a question that how also the change was taking place, and I think it's also kind of a responsibility and need to commit to the larger discussion for the peace and not staying there in ivory tower. And that I'm probably meaning for the visionary thinking that somehow, at least I feel that my responsibility is to kind of engage all the time in broader discussion in my own capability on that. And that is really, really important part of to be a peace researcher for me and personally. But also on the other hand, it has to be a kind of a knowledge that's when you're talking with the practitioners and researchers, we are producing our knowledge bit differently. We are maybe talking on the same issue, almost with the same concept, but there are also differences. And it's really that how we're working. The others are kind of thinking about how they created on some certain kind of operations in the field and how they engage in the processes. We are sitting there in academic kind of ivory tower and critically looking at these. But what we need, and I think there are more and more perhaps coming on this, is the kind of engaging the practitioners and researchers in the dialogue. And in that way, creating on a kind of new ideas, not perhaps solution, but creating something, a beginning, some new way of thinking. And that's why we are doing that in Tampere in the end of November. In first time we're organizing Tampere Peace Day there with the CMI. Let's see how this works. Hopefully it will be a great beginning of something which become perhaps a Nordic tradition. But more easily, kind of a more narrow way perhaps is also that at least those of us who have students who have a kind of degree programs, like we do have a master's program, international master's program, peace, mediation and conflict research, I think many of those our students are finding the career in a broader peace kind of field. And I think that's the same way it's happening in many of other, I think about Uppsala is at least the same kind of career. We are teaching the future peacemakers, and they have this is also important in influence making, and in that way. We have a mediation training, but then we are not training them as a mediator. We give them some early tools, for example, and a critical thinking, but also seeing that it's a kind of a great career and need the courage to go on that kind of field. But I stop there. So yeah.
Thanks a lot. I think there are several challenges when it comes to the interplay between peace research and decision making. And the first one has been very well highlighted in that sort of it takes two sides to tango. So both researchers and policymakers, they need to make an effort. And I mean, decision makers, they are dealing with the reality as it is, complex, immediate, and maybe too busy to reach out to scholars who may be unaware of the policy processes going on, and the constraints that the decision makers are often facing, and also differences in terminology, different formats for communicating research, and different spaces where we operate. I think the second challenge has to do with the distributed nature of peace promotion. And in that sense, I think it's very telling that we have both a Minister on Development Cooperation and Minister on, Labor Affairs here, because unlike, warfare, where you have the Ministry of Defense, that's the single landing point in your institution, peace promotion is distributed across all ministries and agencies and civil society and media. So you have an issue there. Then I also want to pick up on what Marco said about sort of why have we been spending so much time focusing on conflicts in the global south? Because for the past 30 years, that has been sort of where the conflicts, the manifest conflicts, have been taking place. And if we would have been less biased to looking at ongoing large-scale violence, but at sort of these varieties of peace or indicators of peace, we would have seen perhaps more clearly what was at stake in our own region. So, there are peace indexes that have been flashing red for the past period, also when it comes to the state of peace in Western societies. So it's this constant bias towards the violence and the sort of insecurity that manifests, and not on prevention or on trying to anticipate. And and that goes also for funding. It goes for the incentive structures when you actually publish. It's very interesting, my research publications on insecurity, violence, terrorism, you get a lot of sites, whereas the publications I do on peace, much less. So, it's revealing something. So I think there are different ways forward. There are different suggestions that we could put on the table. One is to invest for the dialogue between researchers and policymakers in new spaces, modalities for exchange. And I think that some Nordic countries are very good at inviting researchers to the table and putting a contemporary policy problem there, asking for input, rather than having to go through the research publications as such. Then I think there's also a lot of opportunity to invest in peace research, and among the Nordic research institutes on the state of peace in the Nordic societies and outside, because I think we need to rethink and reflect on the current and past practices. But at the end of the day, peace is very precious. We need to strengthen and concentrate our intellectual focus on it, along with the action, of course.
Thank you. And that's I think it is a privilege, in a sense, to work in peace research, because I mean, when I was a student, sort of growing up, in a sense, I had two supervisors. One were very rigorous in terms of methods, in terms of the data, in terms of getting knowledge that didn't just respond to what I wanted to hear, but that I could actually test my own assumptions. And the other was very, very focused on the fact that this knowledge is of critical importance for solving real problems, that there is a real world out there, that we shouldn't actually build up an ivory tower. We should actually realize that we are in this global community. And I think as students, you can really sort of, going into this field, I think it's also good that you sort of understand and sort of formulate both of those profiles and make a decision, because there are also critical decisions in here in terms of, as we have discussed here, what's the use of the knowledge and what are the different roles going into this. And I think I also feel very privileged. I am Swedish, but I work in a Norwegian institute, and I think the Norwegian approach in terms of having a knowledge-based foreign policy and inviting in researchers to have these dialogues is also an opportunity to actually then develop this further. And I think there are two areas, and that's also why I started with sort of underlining that we have made this huge investment in data over the last 50 so years. Because I think what we're now approaching is a situation where there are many high-quality data sets out there that allow almost for like big data analysis, which means that you can actually start to collect very sort of sound lessons learned, particularly in relation to development. And you can also make use of, we have sort of fine-tuned our research methods now that we can actually, with much higher precision, assess if development aid programs are actually reaching the targets, but also, for example, I mean, I live in Sweden, are the also a part of the time, are the efforts we're now putting into sort of creating sort of internal peace, are those actually working? Or is it so that we are formulating decisions based on assumptions rather than facts? So we could move, in a sense, towards both assessing these policies more better, but also actually towards working actively with prevention of conflict and working with development. And I think in that it is also, just to tie in, because I got very encouraged with this discussion on sort of what kind of peace are we talking about, that we are now, again, I can feel at least that in the media and in the population, there is an increased interest again in discussing what is peace, what is security, what do we fill this with? It is the same kind of peace in North Korea as it is in Norway. I think most of us would probably say No. So what is then that kind of peace, the values we want to stand for? What should we sort of put into the peace concept, and where do we go from here when we talk about Nordic peace? And in that, I'd just like to sort of underline, because Janni and I were talking prior to this, and I was also talking internally in PRIO with the people who have been part of building up peace research. Where could we, in a sense, go? And I think the first one, except for this meeting in Reykjavik, which I think is a fantastic opportunity to have research and sort of decision makers be part of the same debate, because there are too few of these sort of public forums that where we can actually meet as sort of between the Nordic countries. So I think that is a wonderful initiative. So how can we sort of build on creating those kinds of forums? The second one is that there is actually no really like dedicated funding for peace research in a Nordic context that has criteria for Nordic researchers working together. So like we have Nordforsk, for example, but they don't have any programs on peace research. So is there platforms that we already have that we could make use of even more targetedly in order to actually get a research project that cuts across? That could ask questions about the Nordic peace, but also about how we move forward on peace. Because I think one of the most serious sort of discussions we enter into is that now we become very much focused on our own security, and that I think that is a fair thing, we need to do that. But we're also part of this global cooperation. We have a long history of development support, and many of the conflicts still take place in the global south. And we have to be able to be actors both in the global south and in our own region. So how do we do that? And finally, I think, which I think this panel is also a really good example of, in the sense that we need to create these, like Janni said, forums for also in our national context for continuous, more long-term exchanges. And we had, when Norway was in the Security Council, PRIO, NUPI, and the MFA, we organized these meetings that we brought together researchers to the MFA to have these critical and frank discussions. And I think that was really appreciated from researchers who got a better understanding of what do you actually face when you're in the Security Council, because that's not something you can as a researcher just imagine. You have to have a dialogue in order to understand that. And if you understand that, you're also much better at giving advice. But it was also appreciated by the researcher by the fact that you didn't have to have a specific you didn't have to agree. It was perfectly fine to disagree and just have this open, critical discussion. And I think that is a trademark of the Nordic countries, where we can also sort of, because we come into this with different roles, but we can have this kind of respect. And I think that, and building on what Anin said, in terms of that also, in a sense, require us to perhaps think even more strategically about researchers who are good at impact work, that we actually think about that as a competence. And recognize what that means. I worked 10 years in the Swedish government agency, and then now I'm back in research. In a sense, I have two really good CVs, but you can't pile them on top of each other. You can actually just get to a certain point. So how do we, in a sense, see and recognize this third assignment that actually gets us out of the ivory tower, because there are both expectations, but also recognized competence built into this? Because then I think we can be even sharper tools to help with the engagement that we are already sort of part of as peace researchers.
This is highly inspiring. I'm actually going to just grab the word, if I can, for just 1 minute to kind of thank you for these comments, because of course this is very much what we were thinking and wanting to do with the Imagine Forum, and are hoping that we can lead that forward into further collaboration between the Nordic Peace Research Institutes. I think it's very important, but then also tying it, of course, to the decision makers of the Nordic countries. There have been some areas that this has been done. You know, when there are ministerial meetings, there's like a latch on, perhaps a joint lunch or something where you bring together researchers and decision makers. I think that's very important to try to foster that, because the times that we are now facing are very challenging. And like you have all mentioned as well, of course, the countries are thinking about their security now, but we have to think about the peace. I mean, this is really what we have to be focused on in the long run. So for us all to kind of join up, I think is extremely important. Just wanted to mention that.
Good. This is supposed to be a dialogue between the policymakers and the researchers, so I would like to invite the two ministers here in the audience. Amina J and Guðmundur Ingi Guðbrandsson to come up here, and to ministers are always busy, so we know that, but we are very glad to have two ministers here, and we will definitely want them to come here and respond to the questions that we have been discussing, and kind of tie these things together, the two sides of the story here, the policymakers and the researchers. So, Anna-Petra, what is your reaction to what you have heard so far? How do you see this kind of, in practice, this cooperation and dialogue between research and policymaking? How do you drag us out of the ivory towers into the real world?
Thank you. I've really enjoyed this conversation. Extremely useful and food for thought. And we were just discussing the table, or whispering to each other that this is. This is something that we could really grab as Minister of Nordic Cooperation and develop. So very inspirational. I'd like to make a few comments, if I may. First of all, my impression is definitely not that researchers are hiding in their ivory towers. At least my experience from Norway is that you are extremely engaged in society, in actual debates, giving us advice, but also, what's the right word? Being our watchdog. And you mentioned an example that I actually had put on my list as well, how we were able to interact when, not only Norway, but before that Sweden, held a position in the Security Council. I felt that dialogue with researchers was very, very useful for both parties, and really something to copy on other relevant agendas. Also, one thing that you haven't discussed that much but I would like to commend you on, is research on normative agendas, where I really feel that the Nordics really have made a difference. For example, in terms of the agendas of women, peace and security, sexual or conflict-related sexual violence and gender, where we see the big pushback internationally right now, but to have researchers that are able to lift the normative agendas and giving us policy advice on how to counter that pushback is extremely valuable. So two more points. One, we were talking about trust and the importance of having statistics and research to counter false narratives and hybrid attacks. And, one ask from policy makers is, we need help. The polarization also within our own society is increasing. We don't really, we are looking for answers. This is something new for us as governments as well, to confront that extreme threat to the peace of our societies. And, I mentioned in my introduction the case of immigration, but also climate initiatives in terms of securing a just transition on climate action to avoid polarization on the climate, the national climate agenda as well. We really need your help to counter that development. One last thought. When I was briefed before this conference, I was told, and you might disagree, but I was told that when the research institutions popped up in the 50s and 60s, with Prio and Capri and Cipri and Tapri, there was a very strong Nordic network and regular Nordic levels. While today, at least this is what I've been told, the cooperation is more based on projects and sort of maybe one or two researchers from each country. So just food for thought. Is there room for more strategic and systematic cooperation across the Nordics to sort of take it one level up and think more strategic in terms of how we work together? That would be interesting, and definitely something that we would like to discuss in the Nordic Cooperation Ministerial Council as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll just make a short comment on the last point that Anna Beate mentioned, because, I mean, we all go into politics to try to influence society, right? And I'm not saying that I went into politics to lift up the research of your institutes, but I am definitely willing to try my best to do so. And I think because we have this emphasis in the Icelandic chairmanship this year, it would be a wonderful outcome of all this initiative that we are having here, I mean, today and tomorrow, but also during our chairmanship, that we could somehow lift this up. And we are constantly be reminded recently that there is much need for it. And what Anna Beate said about systematically trying to make the cooperation more systematic is a good idea, I think. So let's see if we can move this forward later. What I wanted to comment on, I mean, Anna Beate went through climate change. She mentioned immigrants, women's rights. I absolutely agree with all of these. I wanted to take the issue of the increased number of immigrants in our own societies, and in many ways, at least that's what we see here in Iceland, that immigrants overall have lesser opportunities in our societies. They are more likely to bail out of school. They are more likely to be in jobs that pay less. And we are increasingly, at least in our society, seeing hate speech being directed towards these groups. And I think this is something that we internally, and I don't think Iceland is a special case in this. This is what is happening in all of the Nordic countries. So if I take this first, like internally, what can we do, and how can research help us to deal with these issues? Because we, as policymakers, we need that help. We need better understanding of why do these conflicts arise? Why is there a difference in the social status of people, etc., etc.? What are the root causes? How can we try to fix those? And I think this is important for basically our internal piece here. And then I absolutely agree on the climate change and women, like Anna Beate said. One more thing I wanted to mention, and that has to do with bridging the gap between academia and policymakers. And I think that my question was actually, how do you get to that ivory tower? I'm quite interested in that. I always wanted to be a researcher, and that was supposed to be my career. And I remember, so I'm a biologist. I remember professors at the University of Iceland talking about nature conservation on the media. That was not very well sort of accepted by politicians at that time. This is 20 years ago. And I remember, am I really going to do this? To make a career where I feel maybe a little bit that it's difficult to express my opinion. So then I went into politics. But what I think is that I think politicians, they look at academics a little bit too much as, oh, they are up there, they don't really understand real-world problems. And academics, they look at politicians like, yeah, they don't really understand this. And I mean, guys, this isn't helpful, is it? We have to be able to have more trust in one another and create a dialogue. So I think that is something we can also take out of this, because we can do much better here. We need to bridge this gap better. And we always talk about it a lot. But
Okay.
Anna Beate and I, we are going to fix this problem, okay?
Time is flying. I do not want to take lunch away from people here. We have been discussing so far hope. And I think the Nordic countries can present some hope to the world on how we can cooperate together peacefully. The Nordics are not genetically peaceful. The Nordic countries were not peaceful in the past. There was a huge wars between the different Nordic countries in the past. So this is not something that is kind of genetically ingrained in us. This is something that we have worked at. This is something that we need constantly to work at. So we can provide, hopefully, some hope for things can be better. And this is very much based on trust. I think that is the kind of fundamental value of Nordic cooperation is trusting each other. So I think basically this is something that we can offer to the world. I also feel that there is this kind of, there is not as much distance between politicians and academics as there are in many other countries. So I think that is also something that we could build on. And one of the messages that I would like to bring out of this session is that we need robust dialogue between politicians and academics, but we also need strong dialogue between the Nordic countries. And I think that is something that we might try to promote from this dialogue here. How can the Nordic Peace Institutes and researchers cooperate better in their common interest in promoting peace research and looking for kind of practical solutions to the problems we are facing and challenges we are facing in today's world. So thank you very much. This has been very interesting and thoughtful discussion, and I think now we go to lunch.
Welcome back, everybody. The show must go on, like somebody said. My name is Ægir Þór Eysteinsson. I am the press officer for the Icelandic Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and I will be the moderator for the next panel session, focused on global challenges to peace in the 21st century. It's a small topic. I hope we will get through it. I will invite three distinguished guests: Bruno Stagno Ugarte, Deputy Executive Director for Advocacy, Human Rights Watch; Ingibjörg Sólrún Gísladóttir, former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland and Director of OSCE, Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights; Sanam Naraki Andrelini, Founder and CEO of the International Civil Society Action Network and Adjunct Professor at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs. So their titles took up like half the time of the session, but I hope this will be a fruitful discussion. But before we continue, first an address by the Icelandic Minister for Foreign Affairs, Þórdís Kolbrún Reykfjörð Gylfadóttir.
Dear guests and dear panelists, when you come up to the stage, It is often said that Iceland is a country that puts a high premium on peace. It is a part of our national identity to point to the fact that Iceland does not have a military and has never had its own armed forces. We can also point to the fact that on the list of the safest countries in the world, published last week, Iceland ranked #1, and this is the place we have held for 14 years running. Is this because we are more peace-loving than other nations, other countries? I don't think so. I think we are lucky, and I know that we enjoy protection. The peace that Iceland enjoys is protected by a system of international law, by international organizations that safeguard these laws, and ultimately, we are protected by our allies, who promise to defend Iceland in case there is such a breakdown in the international system that our security would be threatened. Unfortunately, there are too many places that do not enjoy peace. Is this because the people there are less peace-loving? Of course not. In fact, I believe that the desire for peace is nowhere more intense than among people who have experienced war or live under threat of violence. Ask the people of Ukraine whether they desire peace. Ask the women in Afghanistan if they want peace and freedom. Ask the parents of young children in Israel or Palestine if they desire a future of peace for their children. It is quite appropriate for us here in Iceland, a country that has never suffered a violent invasion by a foreign country or been subject to a brutal occupation, to be thankful. But we do not have any excuse to be boastful. Sadly, there are too many topics that can be discussed under the heading of this session, Global Challenges to Peace in the 21st Century. And it does not give rise to particularly uplifting or optimistic discussions as things stand. Challenges to peace seems to be multiplying, not only in the number, but also in severity. Over the weekend, we witnessed horrifying terrorist attacks by Hamas on the people of Israel. And in line with their right to self-defense, Israel has declared war. There will be no winners in this horrific battle, which may move us even further away from a political solution. On our continent, Russia's continuing war of aggression is not only a brutal assault on Ukraine and its people, but a direct affront to the international order. Conflicts further afield have been the driver of rising hunger and humanitarian needs. Foreign interference and disinformation campaigns seem to be growing, undermining democracy and stability, whether in Africa, the Middle East, or even in EU member states. And there are those who seek to undermine the multilateral system to further their own oppressive agenda. Dear guests, peace in its narrowest sense, peace from conflict, has proven elusive. Mankind has not found a solution to the incomprehensible tendency for men to put on uniform and then go against their fellow men in order to steal, hurt, rape, and kill. And peace in a broader sense, where people enjoy their full rights and freedoms, is even more elusive still. In Afghanistan, the Taliban regime near complete denial of the human rights of women and girls can be described as gender apartheid and may amount to a crime against humanity. In Europe, we see a growing trend of backsliding of democratic values and civil rights, often led by populist politicians who offer simplistic solutions to complex problems. They employ disinformation and foster polarization in their societies, sometimes abetted by malicious foreign interference. And things are getting more complicated still. With the rapid development of artificial intelligence, threats posed by disinformation campaigns and other hybrid means may increase even more. And this will surely become a risk to peace if it hasn't already. We need to heighten our vigilance and strengthen our capacity to counter such efforts. But we must also make sure that the rights that are fundamental to free and open societies, like freedom of speech, are not unduly restricted in the process. A firm commitment to safeguarding our principles of democracy, equality, and respect for human rights is crucial for preserving a peaceful and prosperous society. But let me also mention that human rights like freedom of speech are for human beings, not for bots. We must also step up our efforts to counter global challenges to peace by addressing inequality, extreme poverty, food and energy insecurity, and other risk factors for instability and conflict. We must ensure no one is left behind so that everyone understands that we are stronger together than if we are divided. Nations must work together to promote sustainable development and strengthen global capacity to respond to natural disasters and pandemics. And most importantly, we need to ensure that the multilateral system prevails and that respect for international law remains the basis for interactions between nations. Because otherwise, brute force will reign. This would not only make the existence of small states more uncertain, it would be a huge loss for all humankind. If the multilateral system fails, we will have no hope of dealing with global threat multipliers like climate change or sustaining instruments for arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation. We would lose the instrument that has brought humankind closer to peace than ever. And dear friends, we are simply at a critical juncture. I believe that the outcome of the conflict in Ukraine may determine the credibility of our multilateral system for a generation to come. And let us not forget, what is happening in Ukraine is not a conflict. It really does not have two sides. It is a rare case of a unilateral attack by one country against another country, where a larger neighbor, a permanent member of the Security Council, is attempting not only to take away land and steal children, but quite literally to erase a country from its existence. If Putin's aggression is not checked, other autocrats will feel emboldened to disregard international law and violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of their neighbors. By supporting the Ukrainian people in defending their homeland, we are also helping to defend the rule of law and preserve the foundations for global peace and security. Democratic leaders need to explain in clear terms why this fight matters for our peoples and their future. And I sincerely believe that our best hope for a peaceful future is to stand firmly with multilateralism and its principles. For a country like Iceland, that has so much to be thankful for, this is not only the right thing to do, it is simply our duty. Thank you.
So if I could ask the panelists to join me on stage.
Hvar ertu að við sitjum?
Bara hvað sem held ég bara. So, how about the Icelandic weather?
Perfect.
Enjoying it so far?
Excellent.
Should we talk about that? We can start. It's a perfect example of what we call a window weather. A beautiful day to be enjoyed inside a warm room, watching out the window. Anyways, so opening remarks. Sanam, do you want to go first?
Opening remarks about challenges to peace.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me. I think the concept of an Imagine Forum is actually so important these days because we need to imagine the alternative to what we have, and we have to start there. I don't want to repeat the points about challenges that we heard earlier about conflict, about climate and so forth. I think all of those are valid, obviously. But I wanted to add to the conversation, if that's okay. And there are 3 points that I just wanted to raise in terms of the challenges, and then hopefully we get to some solutions as well. The first point in terms of challenges that we're observing, I think, is the rise or the age of extremisms that we are all living and breathing today. We have been living in the age of extreme capitalism. I don't mean just normal capitalism. I mean the extreme capitalism where the water of a country is now owned by shareholders in another country and there's no accountability, by the fact that we have billionaires and homeless people in the city that I live in Washington, D.C. So there's a sort of, there's the fact that it's now become extremely individualistic. Everybody is just thinking for themselves and out for themselves. We see this being used by politicians to the left and the right. So you have the weaponization of identity, whether it's white supremacy or Islamist jihadism or Hindu nationalism in India, which is elevating one kind of visceral identity or ethno-national or your religious identity over others and making it seem as if you're supreme to others. And it's tied always with masculine supremacy. So women are always being downgraded, women are always being co-opted or coerced, either to join these groups or silenced. And then to the left of it, we're also seeing diversity being instrumentalized, so that we're being divided constantly in terms of our different identities. And this is all happening in the age of extreme pluralism. Every city that we live in is now made up of everybody, whether it's rural people coming to the urban areas, whether it's migrants, whether it's people who have of multiple different ethnicities and religions. And so to me, one of the biggest challenges that we have is how do we're now in the age of diversity has led us to difference to division. What we need is diversity showing us our similarity as human beings and leading to social cohesion. This is the challenge of our age. This is the challenge this is a legacy that we have to create for our children. Because if we carry on down the paths that we're going down, it is atomizing us, it is fostering distrust and mistrust and unbelonging. And you can't live like that in a town. You can't live like that in a city. In America right now, every single family is split down the middle between Trump supporters and non-Trump supporters. This is a recipe for very scary things coming into the future. And I think that there's a lot of things that we can do, and I'm happy to talk about that going forward. Second thing, very quickly, is we are living in the age of the division from power and responsibility. I work with women peace builders in war zones. They take on the burden of caring for people when our politicians and our diplomats and our military leaders are failing them on the ground. Whether it's in Sudan, Afghanistan, elsewhere, women on the ground are taking on the burdens of responsibility, and the powerful are not being held accountable. And then the third point, frankly, we're not investing in peace. We're not investing in how you do prevention and mitigation and radical diplomacy to stop the Ukraine war or the Israel-Palestine war or any of the war or the Sudan war. These wars didn't happen overnight. They were planned, they were anticipated. People knew they were going to happen, and yet they happen accidentally or happen overnight. In 2014 in the United States, some research was done, and they showed that for every $1 invested in peace, $1,885 is invested in war and the idea of security and defense. We need that balance reshifted. We need to really think about what it means to invest in peace. So these are the challenges that we have, that we're not actually valuing peace and investing in it, and we are hurtling towards extremism and a sort of a separation and a chaos in all of our societies, which is a terrible future to look at. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. When I was asked to participate in this panel, it just was 2 days ago or 3 days ago. Then I didn't, I said, yes, okay, I'll do that. But things have changed dramatically since I was asked to sit on this panel, because the world is so, it's so less peaceful than it was only 3 days ago, and it was not good 3 days ago, but it's gone from bad to worse. And but yesterday there was a reception in Höfði House, the famous Höfði House where Reagan and Gorbachev had their summit in 1986. And in 1986, I was a young woman beginning my career in politics. And this event was very important and symbolic for my generation. And suddenly, an old and stagnated world order was coming to an end, and a new world order seemed to be emerging. So this was a moment of optimism, and I never believed, actually, as a young woman, that I would experience this, that I would experience a world that was not divided between East and West, capitalism and communism. This was the worldview we had for decades, and suddenly it was coming to an end. So there was a lot of optimism. And many of us, I think, believed genuinely that the values of so-called liberal democracy had won. And that was, of course, also because of the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Soviet Union in the 90s. And there was a feeling that the world was changing. And we genuinely believed that the values of liberal democracy had won and had been embraced by most of the world. And democratic elections, cooperation, dialogue, and negotiations would be used to sort out disagreements, both internally in countries and between countries. We genuinely believed this. And these liberal democratic values, they were embedded in the new international order. There were new multilateral organizations that were established, such as the OSCE, that built on the idea of comprehensive security, not only military security, but comprehensive security. And I think, actually, that the public opinion in most of the countries, they were really supportive of this new order and had a genuine hope that we would see a more peaceful and prosperous world. This was in the optimistic 90s. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, the multilateral organizations were not able to live up to the expectations and prevent or tackle the most serious conflicts that we were faced with in the continent, both in Europe, in the Middle East, and in other continents. They were able to put some of them on ice. We had a lot of these frozen conflicts, and it seems that they are now all erupting again, all these frozen conflicts. We have to face it, I think, and now we are just facing the fact that the countries of the world are not like-minded. And it's an illusion to think that they can build all their decisions on either consensus, as in the OSCE, or build it on a veto, like in the UN, in the Security Council of the UN. It simply cannot go that way. It means that it's the bullies in the hood, let me put it that way. It's the bullies in the hood that dictate the agenda and the decisions. And the main bullies in the hood are Russia and the US. And they dictate the agenda, they dictate the decisions, and they decide when decision can be taken and when it cannot be taken. And this is the world kind of order we are now faced with. And the consequences is the fact that now the world, because the organization couldn't live up to the expectations of the people, the world is now turning away from the liberal order. It's turning away from it. It's turning inward. most of the countries are now turning inward. I've been quite a lot in Middle Europe, and I was just recently in Slovakia observing the elections there. And you can see that these countries, they are turning inward. Voters are disillusioned and disappointed, and they turn to right-wing populists that promise to close off borders, to stop the influx of refugees. They criticize globalization and the world order that is controlled by what they call liberal extremists. That's the word they use for it. And they promise to turn away from that. They talk about the need to decrease military support and financial aid to Ukraine under the pretext that it will lead to peace negotiations, and that are peace on Russian premises. No one is talking about, as was mentioned by the Assistant Secretary General here this morning, no one is talking about pathway to peace. We are talking about winning wars, not pathway to peace. But I think the main maybe reason for this, that we are in this situation, is a lack of political leadership at the international level. Leaders of the multilateral organizations have not been given a political mandate to lead. They have operational mandate, but they don't have a political mandate to lead these organizations. And that means we are faced with politics of withdrawal. There's a temptation to withdraw from external conflicts and challenges and just look inward. And how do we deal with that? I think leaders of the countries have to become more engaged and responsible. They have to ensure that the multilateral organizations are capable of acting swiftly when faced with crisis. That they have to be mandated to act, but not paralyzed by bureaucratic red tapes. The normative framework of this organization is well developed and fine, but the enforcement mechanisms are weak. And this has been evident for decades, and we have to deal with it. We have to deal with it, and the leaders of the countries of the world have to show courage and leadership. They have to do it. They cannot attend to this politics of withdrawal. They cannot attend to this politics that is without policy. And when I say this, we are talking about hope here. We were talking about hope. I'm not hopeful. I'm not feeling hopeful towards organizations or structures or politicians, but I have faith. I have faith in people. I have faith in people finding ways to tackle this situation, to cope, to come up with creative solutions, and I'm going to keep that faith, but I'm not very hopeful. Thank you.
Bruno, you want to pick up on that point?
In one way, yes. I'll probably end with maybe a more hopeful message along those lines. But first of all, thank you for the invitation. I think I'll just concentrate on 5 points that I'll run through quickly. One of them is the challenges of root causes, and I won't go into much of that. Root causes, we could spend the entire day talking about that. They are very varied, and we have a cohort here of peace researchers who know this better. When we basically say it's root causes, it's a way, I think, of somehow absolving ourselves of our responsibility, because what does root causes really mean? That doesn't mean that root causes don't play a role. Of course they do, but we really need to move beyond that type of narrative, because it's a way of basically avoiding responsibility. Also because since the end of World War II, when we created the, I guess, world order that we continue to live in, it was premised on this basis of collective security. And you've mentioned the United Nations, which of course is the preeminent body tasked with that collective security. But we never really reached a consensus as to what collective security means for all of us. We've had a number of pretty much empty slogans since. For example, one that has made a lot of roadways is, a threat to one is a threat to all. But frankly, have we lived up to that? Amina Mohammed was talking about the fact that the United Nations Charter begins with "we the peoples." Very often, we do not take into consideration what a threat to the peoples means, because the collective security arrangements are too state-centric. They're not sufficiently human-centric. In that regard, for example, when a small state like the Maldives or Vanuatu says that for us, climate change and rising sea levels is an existential threat, this is an issue of collective security. We basically see, well, lots of delays, many COPs, and we will go into another one hosted by a petrostate, where obviously it means that we are not really agreed as to what a threat to one, threat to all means. Point two, prevention and early warning, something that you mentioned. We have done a pretty bad job in using all of the tools, mechanisms, and norms that we have developed over decades in order to do prevention and early warning. When it is more cost-effective, probably more politically costly, yes, because it means that you have to finger point. But in many ways, the international community cannot just pretend that things are not happening and that things are not getting worse, specifically when you see human rights violations happening, because human rights violations are the canary in the tunnel that alert us to the fact that something is going awfully wrong. And unfortunately, building on the point of collective security, what has happened in terms of prevention and early warning is that most of the time, most of the powers that be have basically over-securitized early warning and prevention. Believing, for example, that the strong man, because it tends to be the strong man, not the strong woman, is the one that's going to provide the security and stability we need to somehow keep issues of concern away from us. The typical textbook example for me is, for example, Egypt, where we have a president, Abdel al-Sisi, who probably was one of the masterminds of the Tahrir massacre, over 800 people killed in 24 hours, who has basically become the ally of most of the countries that pretend that they're worried about the state of the world, when he obviously is more part of the problem than part of the solution. Yes, it's another strong man, much like we have General Haftar next door, and we could go on and on. So early warning and prevention, when you're actually removing yourself from human rights situations and other early calls that something is going awfully wrong, and yet we have this over-securitized agenda. There was a mention to India, another one, fawning receptions in the UK, in France, in the United States, as if nothing is happening in India because India is the world's largest democracy. Next year, when we have elections in India, I think we might have to revisit that. Is it really the world's largest democracy in light of the communal violence that is happening in various of the states of India? Can we really just believe that we can contain stability and security in India, in Mr. Modi, and just absolve ourselves of what's happening there? We need early warning and prevention, and Modi needs to hear about that, much like Sisi needs to hear about that, and so many others. Point three, we have basically not done sufficient service to justice. I'm actually quite surprised here that we're talking about peace, but justice has been absent from the conversation mostly, as if the interests of peace were somehow in contradiction with the interests of justice. And I recognize that working justice and peace at the same time is a difficult endeavor. And I know that there are many experts on peace here, so I'll be careful with what I say. But there are textbook examples of successful negotiations of peace that were done when there were very severe justice components that were operating in tandem. One of them, for example, was, well, the Naivasha Accords in Sudan, when even the president of Sudan was being indicted by the International Criminal Court. Or the Dayton Accords, when, yes, some of the leaders in Serbia were under indictment by the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. Now, I'm not saying that those are necessarily the best ways, but certainly they show that it is possible to have peace and justice working in tandem and not putting them against each other. Because if peace does not have a justice component, many times all we're doing is pretty much setting ourselves for failure for when that peace will collapse because there was no accountability. And I think we're having a stark reminder in Sudan right now, where once again, we're having people who should have been indicted, who should probably be in prison, like, for example, the leader of the Rapid Support Forces, who is one of the two strongmen that is vying for control in Khartoum, Omdurman, and beyond, and potentially now conducting a genocide in Darfur once again. Point four, courage. I've heard a lot about, Nordic states thinking of themselves as small states. Well, let me give you some examples, and this is where we might have a bit of a more hopeful message, of smaller states than Iceland really coming to the fore and tackling issues that no bigger state was willing to tackle. I mentioned Vanuatu. Vanuatu is a very small state, big ocean, small island state. It has led the world in terms of bringing an advisory opinion to the International Court of Justice on what are the human rights consequences of climate change. This could be a potential game changer. Any country could have done this, but it was little Vanuatu that had to do it with its very limited bandwidth. What country took the Myanmar junta, and Aung San Suu Kyi, in fact, to court for what the Myanmars were doing, the Myanmar government was doing to the Rohingya? It was little Gambia. Gambia, of all places. It was Gambia that took Myanmar to the International Court of Justice because of its violations on the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Many other countries could have done so. They did not. Liechtenstein. Liechtenstein is a country that broke precedent in the General Assembly by creating a novel quasi-prosecutorial mechanism, which is the closest we have gotten to accountability in Syria for the crimes committed by the Assad regime. This was Liechtenstein. And Barbados was referenced earlier for the really remarkable role Barbados is doing on financing for development. And I could go on and on. So when we talk about small countries, that should not be an invitation to basically stand down and say we have limited bandwidth, we can't handle it, we need the big players in town. No, let's have more collective courage. And maybe something here that is important is that in fact we look beyond those echo chambers that exist. Here we're in a Nordic Council meeting, but we could be somewhat bolder. There could be Nordic-Baltic cooperation, but maybe even go further. Why can't we have Nordic-Baltic outreach to the Gambias and the Liechtensteins and the Barbados and the Vanuatus and many other small and medium-sized states that are not part of the European community, that probably share many of the values that you have and that are willing to work with you because their first and last line of defense is peace, is multilateralism, is international law, is human rights, and is democracy. So I think that there are sufficient avenues to be hopeful, but it just means that we really have to strategize and work together and have more of a collective courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruno. So small countries can play a big role in putting peace in place. Do you agree with that?
Do I?
Yes.
Yes, definitely agree with that. I think small countries can play a very important role at the international level because it's often that they do not have the same kind of interests as the bigger ones. So they can have this moral superiority, if you like. They don't have this economic or military superiority, but they can have a moral superiority, and they can really have an impact at the international level. And I just want to mention here, when it comes to gender equality, I always say Iceland is not a small country when it comes to gender equality. Iceland is a big country when it comes to, and can have a lot of impact internationally, and has had a lot of impact, because we have invested thinking and courage and political engagement in working on gender equality. So definitely small countries can have an impact and can play a very important role on the international level. And I also want to mention that I think Iceland had an important role to play in the Human Rights Council when they were members of it. So they took some decisions or steps that the bigger ones did not dare to take. So definitely we can do that.
Sanam, you want to?
I would take it even further to say that the idea that our unit of analysis is still the state is very 20th century. Because if you think about corporations, if you think about the internet, if you think about TikTok, their unit of analysis in terms of building communities and constituencies is individuals, right? So the algorithm of a TikTok is going directly for you individually and you individually and so forth. So the idea that we still think about everything to do with peace and security as the actions of the state is really very old-fashioned. I work with women-led peace-building organizations in war zones. These are places where the state is either predatory, absent, militias are there, the international actors are there in very negative ways, and they are taking the responsibility to look after their communities. What we need to be thinking about is a peace ecosystem, which involves the states, the non-state actors, the individuals, and so forth, and really creating the safety net of dealing with conflict and peace. But again, there's an element of thinking about prevention, thinking about that radical dialogue that was mentioned earlier. Nothing about a war is in the hands of God or nature. Every single bomb, every single bullet, every single drone that is currently being targeted at Gaza or at Israeli citizens is the decision of a human being. And those decisions can be not made. So we have to be thinking about how do we reform diplomacy? How do we reform the space for nonviolent conflict resolution, the systems, the mentalities, the so forth. And one of the things, coming back to your point about justice, is that if you look at how the South Africans did this, as they were looking to where they were and the future of the country, they could see a future that was going to be civil war, like Zimbabwe next door, and they wanted a future that wasn't that. So they put their focus on the future they wanted. That dialogue about the future they wanted enabled them to have the conversation in the present. And at some point they realized, of course, we have to deal with the grievances of the past. So the sequencing is critical. I've been in the spaces of mediation. Nobody sequences dialogues in this way. Nobody says, let's imagine right now sitting in, Israel, Palestine, Gaza, West Bank, Israel, let's imagine the future for the children that are being starved. Let's imagine not killing another 100 people here or there just because we already 500 and 1,000 have been killed, right? Let's just imagine that and use that as our starting point to say, where do we need to go? And then how do we deal with the grievances of the past? And the accountability factors, I think, come in different ways. They come with those who have perpetrated crimes. How, one thing, and whether we actually want to spend all our money taking them to court or putting them in jail, which sometimes can be very difficult. Is it justice for victims and survivors? What does it mean to be the rape victim and have children born of rape? Do you have the health care? Do you have the legal? Do you have the economic support? Do you have your community support to continue living? We didn't provide that to victims of rape in Rwanda. We spent $100 million a year taking people to Tanzania, giving them antiretroviral drugs, indicting very, very few rapists and genocidaires. Meanwhile, all of their victims were dying of HIV/AIDS, and nobody did anything for them. So we need to rethink about and broaden the concepts of justice and accountability. Mr. Khalilzad, who was the US envoy who negotiated the handover of Afghanistan to the Taliban, broke United States law. We have a Women, Peace and Security Act that says women should be part of the peace processes that the US is involved in. He didn't do it. Why isn't he being taken to court? This is US law. Forget about international law. The Americans don't care about international law. I'm talking about US law. So the accountability comes in different ways. But I think that the answer that we have is, as you said, it's faith in people. It's faith in the people who are taking a stand and risking their lives to look after others. And maybe one way of thinking about this is to say, actually, decisions about war and peace shouldn't just be left to our politicians and our military anymore. We should have people's peace and security councils where you have your doctors, your social psychologists, your teachers, your parents, your young people deciding, do we want to go to war or do we not want to go to war? Do we want to spend our money helping people or do we want to spend it on weapons for killing people? Because honestly, politicians and military leaders who've been doing this, either at the peace table or in the back rooms of the Congress or whichever parliament, they failed us the last 40 years. So we need to, if war is societal, society should also be deciding about peace. And I think the next stage of this should be a People's Peace and Security Council, which is genuinely doctors and social psychologists and others who understand humanity and care about humanity and have devoted their lives to humanity.
But how do we change the system in that way? How do we make that happen?
Imagine if all the small states all of a sudden said, this is when we decide how we're going to spend military budgets, we're going to have a council, we're going to have of teachers and, as I say, teachers and mothers and young people and others. Each country can do it. I mean, the United Nations was imagined in the 1500s, the first iteration of it. It took us 500 years to get there, right? Somebody imagined it. This is why I said imagination is really important. We need to be looking at what the reality of the world is. And the fact of the matter is, in the last 20 years at least, we have started a war every year, if not 2 wars a year. We have not ended any of these wars. So whoever is deciding peace and war is doing a really bad job. And as I said, the people on the ground are taking the responsibility to look after them. I run a small organization. What am I doing trying to help thousands of Afghans get food, shelter, come out of their country? It shouldn't be on me. It should be on the governments that enabled this situation to happen. It shouldn't be on Mahbuba, right? But we're doing it. So at least give us the space at the tables where these decisions are being made so that maybe we can give some other solutions to the story, including right now in Israel and Palestine. I don't think war is inevitable. It shouldn't be. It should be actually radical diplomacy. The entire world should be there because this madness that's happening there is spilling everywhere else. In the same way that the handing over Afghanistan to the Taliban has a spillover effect everywhere else. These things don't stay in one place. We are all everywhere now. And we need people who have demonstrated their commitment to peace to be in the peace tables that we're talking about.
Thank you for that. So I think we were going to turn to the audience now. If you have any questions for our panel, maybe a couple of questions before we finish off. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Oh, they turned it on. Hi, thank you. I'm Amina J from Denmark. Thank you so much for these inspiring reflections. What do you think about the UN processes around our common agenda leading up to a pact for the future next year? Specifically, the new agenda for peace, which is supposed to be all of our rallying together around ensuring prevention as a universal way of working, strengthening peace-building institutions, reforming key multilateral institutions. How do you think we can support that agenda? Is it asking the right questions and posing the right answers? What is the role of that process in addressing these challenges?
And who is this question for?
Just all of you.
Okay. So who wants to go first?
I didn't fully understand the question.
Could you?
So the UN Secretary General has started a process called Our Common Agenda. It has 11 work streams. One of them is called New Agenda for Peace. All of this is supposed to lead into a summit for the future. It's going to take place September of next year. He's hoping that there will be a pact for the future, which is really, well, now I'm paraphrasing the Secretary General, so please excuse me if I'm not doing a good enough job, but it's supposed to be sort of a revitalization of multilateral solutions for the greatest global challenges we face. And this morning we've had a number of reiterations of the importance of multilateralism for small countries and supporting really the strengthening of multilateral solutions. So I'm just wondering how you see that policy process, whether that is an answer to some of these challenges, and how we as Nordics or we as advocates for solidarity for peace, how can we support that process? Does that make it more clear?
I'll take a stab at it. Yeah. First of all, it's interesting that they're using the word agenda for peace. Last time there was an agenda for peace, it cost the then Secretary General his job. He was not reappointed. That was Boutros Ghali, which for all of the faults of that original agenda for peace, it was actually a quite bold statement coming out of the United Nations Secretariat. Of the United Nations Secretariat actually showing some spine and bringing up some uncomfortable issues for the powers that be at the United Nations. I can't speak for my own organization, Human Rights Watch here. This is a bit outside of our mandate. But my own personal opinion is that I think we need much of a bolder vision here. We really need a top-to-bottom approach, certainly a lot more of civil society engagement to actually call into question the powers that be in the Security Council and beyond. Secondly, to actually mobilize the best instincts of the United Nations Secretariat. There is something known as Article 99 in the United Nations Charter, which gives the Secretary General the possibility to bring uncomfortable issues to the attention of the Security Council. Most Secretary Generals do not muster the courage to do that. An agenda for peace, if Mr. Antonio Guterres is committed to it, means that he should act under Article 99 whenever is necessary, and not just when it's comfortable. An agenda for peace also means that there has to be an unrelenting commitment to justice everywhere, anytime. And unfortunately, what we have is a very selective approach to justice. Even in Nordic countries, we have these generic pronouncements of we are for accountability, we are for justice, we are for the International Criminal Court. Yet, for example, where are the Nordics when there are proposals for some type of an accountability or monitoring and mechanism in Afghanistan for crimes committed not only as of the 15th of April 2021, when Kabul falls, but actually for all of the abuses and crimes committed by the Dostums and the Noors and other warlords in Afghanistan that were supported by NATO and ISAF and were part actually of the Ashraf Ghani or the Hamid Karzai governments. You see from the UK and the US, we will have accountability from the 15th of August forward, not backward. Where is the accountability for the crimes that are being committed day in and day out by Israel, but also by the Palestinians? There's been no accountability there. Europe is missing in action there, missing in action. Where is the accountability for the people that were killed in Tahrir Square in Egypt 10 years ago? So we all need that to be part of that agenda for peace. Otherwise, it is unfortunately likely to end as another UN document that is full of good intentions, but doesn't have the teeth to actually change the real dynamics of the interstate negotiations, because we need more civil society participation. So it's good to hear Mrs. Amina Mohammed, and I'm sure it all comes with, the best of intentions. But she also said that she committed to speaking and saying the uncomfortable things. Well, I hope she does. She also can act under Article 99 and tell the powerful in the United Nations how things need to change.
Yeah, I think, there are words that are very important in this context, or terms. It's terms like accountability, as you have mentioned here. There is a total kind of lack of accountability in this multilateral system, because we've seen it over and over again. Atrocities, crimes are committed, but at the end of the day, nothing happens, and no one is held to account for that. So it's really important to ensure accountability, but it's also important to ensure that there is an enforcement of all these decisions, of this legal framework that the UN builds on. Because like I said, there's no lack of normative framework. It's all in place. But the enforcement of it, that's what is missing. There isn't any unit or any institution or within the UN that can really kind of ensure that these decisions are enforced. So that is what is needed and has to be part of this agenda for peace in the UN. And you mentioned that Boutros Boutros-Ghali, it cost him his job when he put the agenda for peace forward. But Guterres is now in his second term, so it doesn't matter for him. He can do it, he will anyhow only sit, and to the end of this term. So hopefully, he really has now the drive and the courage to work on changes in the UN system, because it's so much needed. And let me just say, you know, I have been working in some of these UN missions in countries where they came in as a kind of a peace mission. And then they end up as being kind of permanent missions in these countries. Allow me to say, and I can say this because sometimes, you know, I have a bright career behind me. I have reached a respectable age. I don't have to, you know, be so aware of what I'm saying. That these missions, they are useless. They are simply useless. And most of the people in these missions are subscribing to their salaries. It costs a lot of money, and this is totally ridiculous to organize this peace keeping in that way. And, you know, you need little agile units that can come in when, you know, something goes wrong. You can have a certain, you know, objective to work on for a certain period of time, and then they go out again. And then there might be need for something else in this country at a later stage. Then another mission can come in and work on that and out again. This is, you know, the only way this can operate. These permanent missions in these countries of post-conflict countries or conflict countries, they're useless.
Just to add to that, so I'm going to just add a couple things. So I've been working on the Women, Peace and Security agenda from before it existed. I can tell you that the number of very practical recommendations that we have given to the UN, to governments, to everybody who has a national action plan on women, peace and security about how to do peace processes, how to do gendered ceasefire negotiations, how to do gendered transitional justice, how to do gendered humanitarian work. It is, we could wallpaper this room 15 times over with these very practical solutions. If only 10% of them were actually implemented by the UN on a systematic basis, we would be in a different place. It doesn't get done. I've worked inside the system, I've worked outside the system, I've worked with governments. Everybody says the lovely things. Everybody has new national action plans. Everybody shows up for women, peace and security work at the UN. But when it comes to the Sudan peace process, same story. We say, Sudanese women, let's have, you know, a sideshow of a side circus somewhere where the women get together. And meanwhile, there's a peace agreement, so, you know, or some discussion about whatever ceasefire happening in Jeddah, where the armed groups get to sit in nice five-star hotels and really have no interest in ending the war. That model has to stop. We know how to do inclusive peacemaking. We actually have really good examples. We have it from the Yemen National Dialogue. We have it from Nelson Mandela in 2000 when he was so sick of the Burundian peace talks and 17 armed groups. He got the women together and the women negotiated the peace. And he then went to the men and said, look, they negotiated it. Get on board, right? So we have precedents. We have research. Going back to our researchers, we can work with you till the end of the days. We have the evidence. It's not getting done. And this, I think, would be the best step forward for the agenda for peace. Similarly, sexual violence and conflict, we know that happens. And yet again, every time there are refugees, neither the refugee agencies nor the humanitarian agencies, nobody's doing anything to try and mitigate it. Nobody's trying to do anything to set up systems, try and prevent it. They don't have the people on the ground to deal with the victims and survivors. Maybe what we could do is to say, in the next 2 years, we're going to train 50,000 first aid emergency workers to be able to identify and deal with sexual violence and torture and work with communities and work with survivors in all these places. We have lots of people getting very high salaries talking about preventing sexual violence. They have not put in any system of prevention or response to victims. It's the devil in the detail in terms of the practicality of what happens. And I come back to, and thank you for reiterating the civil society piece, because it's people who care. What's powering these agendas right now is people who care. People who genuinely are powered by care as opposed to caring for power. And we need to shift that balance and bring those voices into the UN system as we the peoples, not we the member states only, we the peoples. And I'd love to see the summit and be there and see what they have to say. We are completely removed from these processes as it is at the moment.
Yeah, hold them to their word, maybe. Hold them to their word by being there.
But not only just hold them to the word, to say, we're here, we're doing this. Engage with us in an equitable way. Don't come to us when you have a problem on a WhatsApp message and ask me to do say the things that you can't say. Put us in the room and we'll say it in the same spaces that others are saying it. And so I appreciate having this space to be so frank about these things, because it's very often they expect us to do their work for them, but behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. We have 2 minutes left. Last words. You want to do one round, or?
I would invite Iceland and Norway in particular, to not think any longer as being small states. Find the courage. You have done so in the past. You mentioned Iceland doing incredible work on the Human Rights Council some years back. For those who may not be in the know, Iceland stepped in without any planning because the US decided to withdraw under Trump. Iceland stepped in on a moment's notice, and it did a stellar job looking far and beyond the Nordic area. It led on Saudi Arabia in a way that was politically uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. It led on the Philippines in a way that was politically uncomfortable. So yes, we want to see more of that. Mm-hmm. And please stop with the generic pronouncements that we, the Nordics, we are for human rights and democracy and rule of law and international law and women's rights. That doesn't mean anything if you do not apply it on a country-specific case. That is where you actually show whether you have the political courage to live up to those generic commitments.
Right. Make the final words.
Thank you for that. Great final words. That wraps up our session. I think that's a good note to end this discussion on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to this session on the role of cities in promoting peace. I'm very honored to invite here to Reykjavik Mayor Johanna Vartainen from Helsinki, Finland, and Andrei Sadovi from Lviv, Ukraine, as well as Dagur B. Eggertsson, Mayor of Reykjavik. Welcome. We are here to talk about peace, of course, but sometimes peace is not a choice. And for Andrei, that was not a choice in February of 2022 when Russia invaded his country. And I'd like to start by asking you, how do you respond as a city government when that happens? And how do you prepare your citizens not only to thrive and survive during war, but also maybe to prepare for the future and peace?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. It is a great honor for me to speak to you. Lviv, capital of culture of Ukraine, a very beautiful city. 11 years ago, Lviv hosted European Football Championship, a lot of festivals, but Russian invasion totally changed my life, life of my citizens, and life in our world. Let me give you a few examples. 5 million internally displaced people passed through Lviv during Russian invasion. We had days when Lviv hosted 2 million IDPs per day. It's not possible, but every Lviv citizens open door, and every families hosted IDPs. Because my family hosted IDPs from Zaporizhia. And before Russian invasion, we prepare location for IDPs. In totally, we prepare 500 municipal location, and we rebuild this location. All schools, theaters, kindergartens, library hosted IDPs. It's a very special time for me, but before Russian invasion, we had very interesting seminar together with a Great Britain specialist, resilience. And we talked about different emergency situations, and before war, I gave order my energy department change situation in city, but all time I had information from media about Russian attack, Russian attack, Russian attack. And Lviv demonstrate a huge resilience. We gave life for new citizens, and today Lviv hosted 150,000 IDPs. These people from Mariupol, Melitopol, Skadovsk, and this community won't come back to home, but we expect next step our counter-offensive. Next very important moment. After Russian invasion, we started hosted wounded. Our municipal hospital hosted 50,000 wounded. Children, women, elderly people, and Ukrainian soldiers. Every day we prepare new location for wounded, but together with Mayor of Reykjavik, we built in Lviv unique ecosystem of humanity and broken. I am not doctor, but I must think about surgically good quality, about temporary, permanent prosthetics, about psychological, physical, social rehabilitation. We start building special accommodation for wounded IDPs in my city. We look for new job for our veterans. There's a lot of different problems. But my citizens demonstrate maximum resilience and maximum support our initiative. This war totally changed our life, but we believe in our victory. And every day I think about current situation and I think about future. We must, and support your countries, support Reykjavik, support Helsinki, very important for us. This support gives new energy for survive. It is very important for me. Thank you.
Well, Dagur, here in Iceland, we are not experiencing the threat of war as much or at all, but you are always looking for ways in how you can support each other as city government, city leaders, because many say the action happens on the municipality level. That's where it happens quicker than maybe on the state level. What have you been thinking about how you can support or promote peace, not only in Ukraine, but in the world today?
Well, some years ago, it would have been kind of a stretch to have even a plenary on the responsibility of cities for peace. Not in the sense that cities haven't been talking about peace. We've been in an international network based in Japan, connected to the nuclear threat for decades, actually. But we were actually discussing during lunch that Russia's brutal invasion into Ukraine kind of changed that worldview of mayors in the Nordic countries and in the Balticum as well, dramatically. So the Nordic mayors have been in close contact through the years and had a bit of contact through COVID, but after the invasion we started meeting on a more regular basis, even than in COVID actually, which is unexpected really, and instead of kind of the service delivered, we were talking about security issues and external threats and how to respond, not only support cities in Ukraine and Ukraine with words, but also how the cities were preparing for refugees from Ukraine and partly elsewhere. But also kind of through that, we experienced the enormous shift in opinions and strategy, if you like, policy when it comes to Finland and Sweden, and a part of this is kind of the situation of the Nordic in the world. Certainly, the Nordic countries are all NATO countries, hopefully formally soon. But this also kind of shows us the vulnerability. I want to actually congratulate Andrei and the mayors of Ukraine. They've shown both resilience and as Ukraine as a whole, but this cities, and I had the pleasure and honor of visiting Lviv earlier this year, and it's amazing to see how people are trying to kind of get on with life. The schools are open, although you tragically see the kind of bags of sand in the windows changing the ground floor into shelters from bombs. But so kind of, you're left feeling that your words of support are quite empty in the grave situation, to be honest. But you also think about a lot of things kind of internationally. How a part of this whole situation is kind of questions about, is the US supporting? Is it not? Will Trump change everything? And kind of for the continent of Europe, this raises a lot of questions of kind of what Europe needs to do looking forward. Does cities have a role in that? I'm not sure, but cities are fundamentally responsible for their citizens, and that is does not kind of the citizens born there, but the citizens living there. And I always say, or very often say, I mean, we may be born in different places, but we're all kind of citizens of Reykjavík. And we've been now receiving more refugees than ever before, and so it's all part of a new reality for cities.
Well, talking about new realities, you are now the mayor of the capital city of the newest member of NATO, but you're from a country that maybe was neutral out of necessity, and war has always loomed large. How has this war changed the way that you look at security in Finland, and Helsinki in particular? And how do, because Finns are famous for preparing for war in a deep way, like with shelters. We have almost none here. You have many of them. How do you think about this situation now evolving and like Doug was saying, the threat of regime change maybe again in the US with Trump and everything changing now that you've gone to the West?
Well, there's a kind of paradox or contradiction there, in as much as there has been, after the Russian aggression, as Dagur points out, a huge change or reorientation of Finnish foreign policy, since it had always, after the Second World War and during the Cold War, it was based on having a trustful and friendly relationship with the Russian leadership. And that has changed. Now we are part of the Western Alliance, and that special relationship with Russia is gone. But as to the hard security and military doctrine, not so much has changed, because even through those years of being in friendly terms with the Soviet Union and Russia, then Finland was never naive about military capacity. So the Finnish leadership always thought that, well, it's nice to have them as friends, but it's better to have a big army as well. And it's easier to stay in friendly terms. And so Finland has always had a decent military capacity. Now they have shown by some statistics that the Finnish the reservists and the professional army, it's a bit like the percentual share of soldiers in Finland is about the same as in the ancient Sparta in Greece. So that Finland has always had that capacity, big army of reservists, big artillery, and in that respect, not so much has changed, in fact. So these resources will now be part of NATO's command structures, and it will surely be very, very complicated, and we don't know yet how that will be reorganized. But as to that basic commitment to having a capacity, not so much has changed. And something that's evoked a lot of interest in other countries and in NATO countries as well is that Finland, as a very small country, neighbor to Russia, has had to think hard about mobilizing the entire society security-wise, so that it's not only having an army, it's about having, yes, a system of shelters for everybody, underground shelters, but then also having a kind of civil organization, so that there are these famous national defense courses where 3 times every year a bunch of top civil servants, top business people, some academics, some media, they undergo a national defense course, so that that all elites are instructed about the military doctrines and how we should act, what we should do in times of crisis. So that creates a sort of networking system within civil society that supports the military capacity. So
have you ever thought about this focus on security? Because we are now at a peace conference, and there's been a lot of talk about, of course, it's choice. And if we are constantly thinking of the enemies and preparing us militarily and otherwise for an attack or something, then maybe that will happen, and therefore we have this constant evolving of war and erupting of war and aggression against each other. Because you're describing like the Finnish preparedness, but maybe it's more about preparing for the worst and not for the best, and thinking of ways for peace.
Okay. Oh,
yes. Is that a discussion that you have in Finland?
Well, not really, I would say. I don't know whether other Finns agree on that, but being a very small nation with a 1,400 kilometers frontier to border to Russia, then you cannot afford being naive about that. And the old Romans, they had this maxim of, if you want to have peace, then be prepared for war. And this has coexisted simultaneously with this rhetoric of being in friendly terms with our great eastern neighbor, and that way of working served us well during the Cold War, but now it's a different world, and we don't know what will happen, but I wouldn't say that this doctrine for preparedness would sustain militaristic attitudes. I wouldn't say so, but of course I might be partial.
But cities, I guess, at their best are places where people can live, coexist in harmony. At their worst, the opposite. That's where the seeds of discord and disharmony grow, especially when you have segregation. And all cities now are becoming more fluid in terms of the people living there. People are on the move as never before. They're fleeing conflict, climate crisis, looking for opportunities, economic and otherwise. You were talking about, Andre, how many IDPs that you have had, internally displaced people. What are you doing to make sure that you don't create like 2 cities or segregated cities, and that people are living together in harmony, if that's possible?
Okay, Lviv hosted 150,000 IDPs, and 30,000 my citizens today near front line. And I must think about support Ukrainian army. I must think about support our wounded. 80% our wounded, it is not my citizens. It is citizens from different cities. And yesterday I had meeting with company Assur, and we have idea build a huge manufacturing in Lviv. 90,000 Ukrainian people today need new prosthetics. And every day increase. And we won't build manufacture, and we need high-level quality prosthetics. And very famous Japanese architect Shigeru Ban in this moment make project surgically building for our ecosystem of humanity unbroken, 25,000 square meters. This very special material, very famous project, this new heart, our hospital. Our hospital, 180,000 square meters, 4,000 medical specialists. And together with IBRD, we won't build special tram line from center city to our hospital, but a lot of people with disability, and we must rebuild our city. And all time, we think about different innovation project. We invest money, but we won't have good quality result. A lot of companies from East relocate to Lviv. And we have in Lviv good economic situation, but we feel responsibility about all countries. It is very, very special moment for me, but I am optimist. I believe in my city, I believe in our country, I believe in our victory. But our victory have two parts. One part, deoccupy our territory. Next part, rebuild our country. If we want to rebuild our country, we must make smart, good quality decision. We need experience from Helsinki. We need experience from Reykjavik. We need experience from different smart democratic cities, but we understand next reality. Russia was, is, and will all time source of threat for Ukraine, for Finland, for Norway, for all democratic countries. But all time I have very specific moment. Current situation, okay. Future, I must think about future. There's our bedrock program, Green City. Before war we started renovate city, but today we make next step during war. It is not possible. It's possible. If we believe, you must make very strong step. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Andrei was talking about reaching out to other cities and see what they have to offer in terms of resources and also learning about things. But I also want to ask you if you could talk about that a little bit, but also about what we're doing to make sure that there's not a double society, that we are not bringing in different people from other countries and creating a dual society and therefore maybe a hotbed for future conflict.
Yes, first for the city and the cooperation of cities, we've seen increased international activity kind of between cities and municipalities in the last 10, 20 years. Very much focused actually on climate change and kind of single issue that they all share in common. What we've seen regarding Ukraine is that Ukrainian cities have in a scale we haven't seen before, reached out to other cities, both old partners, but also created new, like Reykjavík and Lviv are new sister cities now. We had kind of left the sister city concept, but we kind of revitalized it through this. And Zelensky has referred to the city as, and the mayors as his second army, not directly active in war, but active in kind of keeping life and the economy and everything working during war. Cities have a huge role and responsibility when it comes to refugees, and you're totally right that although we are all asking and praying for peace and the end of war as soon as possible, I think that we have to prepare not only that people from Ukraine will stay in our city and other cities for some time, and also within Ukraine, but I think that the years to come will mean increase in refugees in the world, also because of climate crisis, but also because of war and instabilities. And I think the world needs to be better on that front, dealing with real integration. That's about how we plan our cities. It's about how we build new housing. It's about how we integrate children, especially in the schools. But it's also how we reach to the parents of those children. And I actually think that the working market is a main tool of integration, to remember that it's through the workplace and work and your own earnings that you kind of become a part of our society. So cities won't do this alone. They have to work with national governments, and national governments have to work across borders, because what we've been seeing in Europe, for example, is the clash of national governments because of uneven burden of immigration and refugees. And we have to be frank about it. It costs money, it costs attention, but it's also what we need for the future. We need more people, we need integrated working markets and cities. The reason the world is flocking to cities, now 50% live in cities, at the end of the century 85 or 90% will live in cities, is because cities are the most amazing invention in human history. They are the place where people meet, where they exchange knowledge and change things they sell or buy, and kind of makes a lot of things easier and more dynamic than other places. So I think that although these tasks are in the hands of cities, the opportunities also lie there. But there's a lot to be done and a lot to be learned, also from other cities, but also innovate by ourselves.
What is Helsinki doing? Have you had an influx of refugees or people moving there recently, or things changing? I mean, the Nordic countries, and I expect Lviv to some extent, were for a long time have been homogeneous societies, but it's changing rapidly. And how are you dealing with that?
Well, yes, Helsinki is a growing city, and fortunately so. And as many European larger cities, it becomes more multilingual, multicultural. And then one key issue for security and the quality of life and society is to make these cities worthwhile to live in and secure for everybody, so that everybody has a stake in defending these cities in times of crisis and wanting to live there. And then there we can learn a lot from each other. One lesson that I have been trying to promote is this very Helsinki idea that do not create enclaves, do not create ghettos. Try to mix all kinds of people in all parts of the city. I took part in a kind of similar debate panel debate in southern France this summer in Aix-en-Provence. And this was just after those big demonstrations in France. And there it turns out, in fact, that one root of these malaises, these demonstrations, is the fact that they have created suburbs which are so ethnically, culturally, politically, socially segregated, as you say, that some people there, they don't feel any feeling of togetherness with the rest of the city. And this is something that Helsinki has not done everything right, but we have at least tried to put all kinds of residential dwellings in all parts of the city. And then another part of that same recipe, of course, is trying to keep the schools and kindergartens of similar quality in all parts of the city, so that somehow the entire city belongs to everybody. There are no places where you never go. And this is perhaps the most basic thing for security, because it then, in the long run, it makes these cities something that people want to work together in, defend in times of crisis, perhaps, and work for the common good. That's how I see my job as a mayor.
You're also working on integrating people here in different areas, right?
Yeah, yes, we are actually inspired by Helsinki in some of that when it comes to housing, to kind of mix into every kind of infill and integrating in that way. As many other cities, we have kind of a history that we have to deal with there. I mean, in the building boom in the 60s, we were kind of building social housing in just a few districts and not all. So now we're trying to learn from history and develop a mixed city. But I love the Finns because to every question they always say, first you have to plan, then you have to plan, and then you have to plan some more. Yeah. And it's really, I mean, to dig into those numbers, to dig into the realities you're dealing with and how you are affecting it with new development and new things and new inhabitants. This can be done well, and this can be done less well.
Let me just say that Helsinki is not perfect in any way. We see increasing segregation as well in Helsinki, but we try to combat it. That's the issue. Yeah.
But like in times of war, planning kind of goes out the window a little bit. You have had to move very fast in Lviv to find housing for the 150,000 internally displaced that you have within your city right now. How have you been doing that, and has that gone? Are there cultural differences between people in different areas of Ukraine?
Good question. A lot of my citizens think that our new citizens, internally displaced peoples, change our cities. And I think we received new energy, we received new experience, and today this community help open for us our countries. But new IDPs go to our school, and we have good collaboration between children, and we must make huge job for unite our people in Ukraine. We have different history, but Lviv and West Ukraine all time was Europe. East Ukraine have a huge influence from Russia. Today, situation completely different. Today we understand our mission. Today, Ukrainian people protect democratic values, and we need new skills. We need new experience. We need new supervision. Ukrainian government have good collaboration with different governments, Finland, your country, and different countries, but a huge reserve for development, collaboration, cities and cities. And we have good example in Lviv. We invite small cities mayor. In 3-4 days, we have a special residential, architecture residential, medical residential, ecological residential, and we show our good example, which gave good tangible result. And we need new experience. But today, I saw a good quality school in Reykjavik. This amazing school. I won't have in my city very similar school, but I know about good example about new level education in Finland. I knew this experience for my city, but first of all, Lviv received a good example. Next, we share our experience, but we have a very similar situation in Unbroken. We built Unbroken in Lviv, yes, rehabilitation, socialization, and next we share our experience for different cities in Ukraine and world. Collaboration. Today we need more level collaboration. It is good key for future.
I think that's a great message to leave on, collaboration and moving forward. Are there any final thoughts that you would like to have on where cities might be going and their role in promoting peace?
I just wanted to add another angle, which is very much discussed within Europe and probably elsewhere, that kind of the funds of international organizations and funds for rebuilding, like Ukraine, to channel them through cities and city governments, not always through national governments and the politics of national governments. I think that you have to work on the local level for solutions, but also in the rebuilding, because then you ensure that the money, which will never be kind of too much of, I think it will be scarce, it will go to where it is needed most. And through a vision of kind of rebuilding stronger. And so I want to just underline that cities are a part of the solution and the future, and also in the rebuilding in many places in the world.
And that's so true. And if I might just add to that same line of thought, that this Russian attack on Ukraine has really mobilized European cities. So this happens bilaterally. The city next to Helsinki, Espoo, they have contributed in remote learning for the children of school children of Kriviri. And now we are currently discussing a new friendship agreement with Dnipro, whereby we would help them in various ways. It might not be enormous. We are just a middle-sized city, but this happens in all these European cities are matched with Ukrainian cities. And the Eurocities network, which is a sort of EU network, they now try to obtain EU funds to sustain that kind of multitude of bilateral relationships. And this will probably, and I believe, I hope, and I to some extent believe that, as Dagur says, that will be a big positive force. It's also a very sort of simple and mundane reason for working like this, is that it might be easier to mobilize politically this aid for a Ukrainian city if it is concrete. If I say to my citizens that now we will help to rebuild this kindergarten in that Ukrainian city, instead of just giving money to the budget, which is anonymous, and we don't know where that money will end. But somehow creating these city-city contacts might be just a politically.
It harmonizes with the conversations that was here before, where they were saying that the UN permanent, I guess, system that the UN will come into countries doesn't work. That it needs to be more on, like you're saying, on a targeted area. And I know that that's what you're working on with, like when you're talking to us or yourself and you're trying to do specific things for your people because you know what they need and what is most needed. So
I actually lead a cities initiative within the OECD called the Champions Mayors for Inclusive Growth. And it's interesting that OECD is kind of a pioneer in this among international institutions, being the only place where you have this dialogue with national governments and city governments. And OECD was born out of, as you know, the Marshall assistance to Europe. It's kind of born out of a strategy of how to build. And I actually think that the UN needs a much more kind of punchy city network, if you like. The European Union should channel more funds through cities, etc. So a lot of work to be done.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this discussion.
Thank you.
I believe in our victory. You must believe in our victory. Only together we must build our victory. Never give up. Only victory. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm now very happy to introduce Jeppe Albers, who leads the organization Nordic Safe Cities. And he's going to give us some insight into the global outlook of Nordic cities.
Thank you very much, Eva, and thank you all for having me here. I will spend the next couple of minutes talking a little bit about the, as the Minister of Nordic Cooperation from Iceland said, internal peace building in the Nordic region. I have worked the past decade inside the Nordic region, and I will not deal as much with the foreign policy of cities as we previously heard. I'm quite humble to stand here and talk about democracy and values again. As a northerner, as a Copenhagener, when we have representatives from Afghanistan and Lviv and Iran and other places torn by war and not peace. So with that in mind, I offer perspectives from across the Nordic region. Fortunately, as we have heard during the day, the Nordics remain a relatively small and peaceful corner of the globe. We are characterized by more trust, less inequality, and more social cohesion than most parts of the world. So that is, I would say, a good recipe for peaceful coexistence. As has also been stated by, I would say, maybe 90% of the people from the Nordic region on this stage today, we can owe this peace to our democratic ideals, equality, freedom of speech, trust, respect for each other, human rights, and to our democratic distribution models. And all these ingredients has kept our countries relatively safe, secure, peaceful, and prosperous for all for the past decade. Yet, although we are up here in Harpa, in this lovely, maybe the most peaceful country in the world, our democracies and the belief in democracy up here in the Nordic countries is not as strong as it was just a few years ago. We have also heard this parade of darkness that I'm just going to repeat, unfortunately, a little bit from our region here. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, new technologies, disinformation and online attacks that we don't know how to deal with, hybrid threats, mix of extreme ideologies, normalization of polarizing conspiracy theories, everyday discrimination and racism online, and harassment against politicians, public leaders, and youth, so they stay away from democracy. These are a bit of the kind of things that are luring and threatening the foundation of democracy. It's a stormy day outside of Harpa, and it's a bit stormy times as well in the horizon, some of these dark clouds. In light of this, also in light of the conversation on stage earlier, it is timely, and I've also seen that in our city network. We're one of many city networks, but I can see an appetite to work closer together, particularly around safety, security, social cohesion in the Nordic region. Also to try to build new models of democracy and trust and social cohesion. We heard some of them here from particularly the idea of the mixed city is something people are very much looking to. City of Helsinki for also in my network. That's a little bit what we work on, what we aspire to do in the Nordic region, to try to shape and safeguard the new models of democracy with around 25 cities, including Helsinki and Reykjavik. And going a little bit off script, this is the conversation also about Nordic collaboration. I have to say, I think there's a lot we can learn in terms of peace building and enabling democracy from Iceland. Because in judging on this forum as well, you have to dare to lead and use the power of imagination to create a future you want. And this is perfect as we have kids coming in the room in the middle of the speech. I think Iceland particularly, I very much admire the ingenuity, the ability to deal with the unexpected. Maybe it's something to do with the weather. The way about getting things done, we heard from the mayor previously, going directly to a problem while thinking big. This is not a traditional Nordic way of approaching societal problems. It's some kind of blend between an entrepreneur and other Nordic approaches. And this is very much needed when you need to create big visions for new societies and for democracies. I will offer you in this charade of darkness 3 pathways of light I think we should follow, and this is also based on the data and the experiences from across 25 cities. The first one, and I think that's the most important one, we must take out the brush of love and marinate kids and youth in democracy early on and from all parts of society. We must promote and instill democratic values and culture in youth and work with them so they can shape the new versions of solidarity and peace. And that means we cannot just write youth inclusion and engagement in a forgotten policy documents. We have to work on the ground with young people, and that is very difficult. Secondly, we must dare to build digital democratic resilience and build safer digital cities and democracies. One of the things I have seen over the past 7 years here is when the conversation turns to the digital arena, disinformation, conspiracy, we meet and we share ignorance, to be a bit frank. There's a lot of need to really transform the way we work on building digital resilience, trust, dialogue, prevention on our phone, in the digital arena, as we've done for decades here in the streets, in the schools, in civil society, not replace it, add a layer. Also, I think the Nordic way of approaching this is quite unique. It's usually bottom-up with a high level of civil society engagement. We cannot wait for EU service acts or digital platforms to do the job. We can do it ourselves. Take lead and unleash civil society, digital volunteers to act on large-scale conspiracy theories and fight back with beautiful disagreement against hate and values undermining a safe democracy for all. Also, what is needed, and I think cities have a chance in doing that, is pioneering some of the new digital prevention concepts, generative AI and tech for peace. It is possible, I've seen that actually from a lot of work in Sweden, to engage and de-escalate digital conflicts and hereby preventing violence and harms both on and offside the screen. Thirdly and finally, we must embrace diversity and create a city for all, and I think that resembles the finale of the mayors on stage earlier. And it has 2 aspects: to stay firm and respect the rights of everyone, not tolerate discrimination and everyday racism to newcomers or minorities. It might be small things, but it divides us and blurs the boundaries of what is accepted, normal, and what is extreme. In the network I work in, we have witnessed attacks on an LGBT nightclub in Oslo last summer and spent a lot of time with the city of Oslo working on this. And we're also seeing an increase in hate speech online against the Muslim community and the LGBTQIA community that is motivating hate crimes and can lead into violence. I know this is also the case here in Reykjavik, but you're not alone. It's the same things happening across many cities. So we must reject this discrimination, but also work against segregation and invest to grow mixed cities and trust between people and communities. These were a little bit of the three paths I want to highlight from our work, and three hopefully a little bit more positive ways you can see for yourself in this democratic dark times. And hopefully the Nordics, by traveling on some of these paths, can remain a beacon of inspiration, perhaps, for some of the other places and generations in the world where you are not fortunate to have this peace. And please let us know if there's anything our network can do for those of you who feel like connecting. I would invite finally all of you present today who live in the Nordic land, in the peaceful Nordic lands, to join us in Nordic Safe Cities, to invest your time, your power, your hope and your imagination to safeguard the Nordic democracies together. And I will end with the words of the Icelandic Minister for Nordic Cooperation and say, if I had a glass, I would say, to 200 years of more peace in our region. Thank you.
Hello again. I now have the honor of announcing the prizes in the Children Art Competition, Peaceful Towns 2023. It's held by Mayors of Peace, an international cooperation of mayors that it's hosted in Japan, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And each member city can select up to 5 pieces each for category 1, which is age 6 to 10, and category 2, which is age 11 to 15. We were participating for the first time in the city of Reykjavík in this part of the cooperation and got 600 drawings from 19 schools. We are very proud of that and very proud of the quality of the submissions. I have one documentary photo of the jury at work, and I want to thank the jury for their good work on this. But I will not dwell longer with this. I know there is excitement in the room, and we go to category 1, age 6 to 10. And first, it is from Vogaskóli, Antoni Berchowski Toshinsky. And we have some prizes for everyone, a certificate and then we have Embla Rún Vilhjálmsdóttir, 5th grade from Borgarskóli. And then we have Elmar Hrafn Kjartansson, 3. bekkur, Foldaskóli. Hversu vel, Elmar? And then we have Hrafntinna Sigurðardóttir, 4th grade, Vogaskóli. And then we have Málfríður Sólnes Friðriksdóttir, 5. bekkur Melaskóli. And then there's category 2, 11 to 15, Viktoria Árna Danilak, Pólska skólanum, 8. bekk. And we have Margrét Mjöll Sindradóttir, 10. bekk Ingunnarskóla. And we have Þórdís Edda Pálmadóttir, 7. bekkur Langholtsskóli. And Bjartur Aðalsteinsson, 8. bekkur Hagaskóli. And finally, Hrafnhildur Tinna Guðmundsdóttir, 8. bekk Hlíðarskóla. Congratulations, til hamingju krakkar, ótrúlega vel gert hjá okkur, frábæra myndir og þetta sérstakur friðabrúsi sem hannaður af Yoko Ono. So let's give them once more a hand.
So, dear guests, we're now at the final panel. And there's no coincidence that we decided to have Afghanistan in the spotlight as the last session, because I figured there would be a lot of interest. So I'm very happy to see you all here. We have asked Ingibjörg Sólrún Gísladóttir, our former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland, to navigate us through the next panel. She is also the former director of the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights, and you've seen her here on stage before today. She has 2 distinguished panelists with her, and I now leave it in the very capable hands of Ingibjörg Sólrún to take over.
Thank you, Pia. Thank you. I have the honor and the privilege to moderate this discussion here with 2 renowned, esteemed Afghan women's rights activists. One of them, Muhbaba Siraj, I've known for a long time.
Yes.
And she is, just to tell you, she's a kind of a legendary person when it comes to women's rights work in Afghanistan. Everybody knows Muhbaba Siraz. She's been around for quite a long time. She, and I'm not going through, the organizations that she has been working with, but she is still in Afghanistan. She left in the former Taliban rule. She came back and she was working from 2003 in the country. Yeah. And she decided after the second takeover of the Taliban in 2021, 2 years ago, yeah, to stay on in the country. So she is still there, working from there. And then we have Pastana Durrani, who is from a different generation. There's two generations of women's rights activists. She is a feminist, she's an activist, she's an educator, and she has been working in Afghanistan. She founded an organization called Learn, which is the country's first ever digital school network. When the Taliban took over 2 years ago, she left, but she continued doing her work with Learn. And now maybe I will start by asking you, because you are both continuing with your work, one in Afghanistan, other outside Afghanistan. How do you go about your work? How do you do your work? Mahbouba.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really very happy to be here. Thank you for everyone that has stayed and wanted to listen to us. I'm honored to be a guest of this forum. And I thank you for also inviting me to come here. I have been a women's rights activist for the past more than 20 years of my life, about 22 years actually. And I do call myself really a person that has lived the history of Afghanistan. Because I have been in Afghanistan, I've been involved with the women of Afghanistan for a very long time. And the first time the reason why I had to leave Afghanistan with my family, it was 1978, when the communist regime took over Afghanistan, and we were forced to leave the country. I've been outside in exile, and I went to the United States. And in 2003, I came back to Afghanistan. And since 2003, I have been in Afghanistan and working with women and children, with their education, with their rights, with everything. I mean, I've been involved in so many different ways with the women and children in Afghanistan. Right now, after the Taliban takeover in August of 2021, the life and the lives of the Afghan woman has changed 100% completely. The life in Afghanistan has changed also, but not as much as you can see it in the lives of the women. The lives of the women has changed completely. And for that matter, they are not doing the same things that they were doing before. In other words, they are not the ones that were going to school or to university or had a job or whatever. They are not doing any of that. They are staying mostly home because they cannot get out without a mahram. They are, some of them are doing, learning some skills and things. I'm sure that they are going to some classes, but even those classes are no longer in existence because they have closed that also for them. They don't have the right to go, for example, even for the women of Afghanistan, even the right to go to the to a hammam is to a place, a bathhouse. Has been taken away from them. They don't have the right to do that either. They cannot go to a bathhouse. The women of Afghanistan right now in the summer, it was very hot. So a lot of people were going with their families to go and be someplace in nature and underneath a shade of a tree and sit there and enjoy a day with their families. They were not allowed. If there were two families entering one of these places, a beautiful place, for a picnic place, then the family that was there, all men, they were allowed to go, but the family that had women with them, they were not allowed to go. The same way in so many ways, the right has been taken away from them. The right to education is one of those things that just the And I'm sure, you ladies, you cannot imagine, what is the feeling of a young girl when she was going to school and she could, and suddenly that right is taken away from them and they just can't do it anymore. And they say, no, you cannot. I mean, the disappointment, what they go through emotionally and mentally and psychologically is the most horrible thing. Most of these young girls, they have gotten completely, they've gone under depressions because of that. They're not well at all. So life is really becoming extremely hard for the women of Afghanistan. And then also there is the question of economic difficulties. Economic difficulties in the sense that there's no food to buy. So, or they don't have any money. I'm not saying that there's no food, because there is, but they don't have the power to go and buy it in the stores. So they cannot do that. Going to the hospital and to the doctors and seeing nurses, and nurses are not working, all of them, that they were supposed to be working, because they are not allowed. And all of this is happening in Afghanistan, and the news is not getting anywhere, because the media is completely stopped, and they're not giving any news out. So the whole thing is like becoming the Afghanistan that you knew. The woman, when she was there, Ingeborg was there, she was, she saw all of us, we were all working, the women were going to the parliament, the other women were working, because now they're not allowed to have to go to the offices and work either. So all of these things have been taken away from them. So when you enter Afghanistan right now, life is extremely, it's a bunch of very sad people in general. You cannot hear the sound of music, because music is not allowed. And before Afghans, they really are, they're happy people. They were having a lot of music and everything. Excuse me. And the women are not going anywhere or doing anything that they used to. So this is where we are as the women of Afghanistan now.
Mm-hmm. That's a bleak picture. Right. But tell me maybe, to elaborate a little bit on that, because in Afghanistan previously, the international involvement for 20 years made a lot of difference for Afghan women in the cities especially.
Yeah.
But women, the poor women in the countryside, it actually maybe has not made so much difference for them who has been in power. But how is it now for them? Is it situation more difficult? Is it more dire than it used to be?
Well, yeah, in a way it is for them also, although in general it really has not changed very much, because most of them, the ones that were not going to school, so for them, they were not, but there were a lot of women that they were going to school, actually. They had started to do that all over Afghanistan. But the fact remains that the whole how shall I say, development for the women of Afghanistan, it was extremely unbalanced, because the ones that they were not in the big cities, they were in the provinces of Afghanistan or in the villages of Afghanistan, they were not getting what they were supposed to, the women in the big cities, or in Kabul or Kandahar or Mazar or Herat were getting it. And that was the way, actually, that the whole aid and the help that was given to the women of Afghanistan was distributed. And that distribution was not right. And we were working on it to make it more inclusive and for it to reach more women in Afghanistan. But it was not. It really was not all the way. So for them, you're right, maybe to them it might not make a whole lot of difference. But for the rest of the women in Afghanistan, of course it does. But then, being in a country, you don't want everything to kind of be in a way that the way they were, and nobody has access to anything and everybody's backwards. As the people living in a country, you always want that country to move ahead, to become better, to be a better country for the people of the country to live in it. So for me, the question has always been, or what I wanted was always, that it should be a way to find a way that there will be more development in the country as far as that's concerned. Education, access to health, access to justice, freedom of choice, freedom of movement. They were all very important, and freedom of working in a justice system, of course. That is for all of the women to be able to access it and will be available. Right now, there is no such a thing. There is no, it's, the court system and everything is completely different. It's like not the same thing at all.
Astana, how do you see the situation, and how do you see the way forward for women in Afghanistan?
That's a very good question to open with. I mean, I'm so honored to share the stage with Mahbouba Siraj. I mean, me and my professor were talking, we were like, she was like saying that when I grow up, I want to be her. Everybody looks up to her.
Thank you.
Now, the reason I mentioned this is for some of you who might not know about Afghanistan a lot is the fact that everybody introduces Afghanistan to you in a way like women's rights were introduced in the past 2 decades. There were no rights before that. 100 years ago, Afghanistan had a women minister of education, whereas the world was still struggling with the women vote issue in the West. So it's very important to see that Afghanistan is that country. Afghanistan respected women's rights. Afghanistan integrated women's rights where the West was still struggling with it. Now, when you move on from that, then you look at the way we were used as a muscle for somebody else's war. You have to acknowledge all of that. You have to acknowledge the past, and then you can work on the future. So now, looking at today's Afghanistan and today's generation, I'm 25. So I grew up in this Afghanistan. I know this Afghanistan only. And Afghanistan that my father taught me, Malika Saraya, or anyone post that, or before that. So how does this, the 6-7 years of the 90s, and how does this 2 years hold for me? This is not the Afghanistan I know, and this is not the Afghanistan I'm ever going to be comfortable with. So what is the least we could do is to make sure that we all play our parts. I come from a very conservative tribal family from Maruf, Kandahar, and we are the countryside people. And we are labeled by the world as in, oh, people who supported Taliban. But we're also the people who opened schools, who ran schools in secret, who ensured that their daughters go to school, who ensured that their sons enlist in military and fight against the Taliban with the NATO and with the US military. And my tribe lost 2,300 men to that very fight. And their widows in that countryside, their daughters are still back home. And the one thing I was taught by my father was, you're responsible for these people. And I still have this weird complex around it is like, okay, this is my life. I live in Boston. I can go about my day, but then at the same time, I get a call from back home. Oh, there was an earthquake, and now you have to work about the crisis. The reason I'm telling you all of this is like, there is so much pressure on Afghan women. So much pressure from all sides. We have to take care of the education because we don't have a educational system or policy or constitution, by the way, and that is in place right now. We don't have a healthcare system, so we have to run underground health clinics. We have to run underground secret schools. We have to run underground civil society right now in Afghanistan. True. And we are still not at the main table to talk about our own rights, to talk about how to negotiate. We're still sidelined. We're only invited to the pretty forums, you know. As much as I love this opportunity, I would also want to be part of something that makes a framework for Afghanistan, that implements it, that ensures my safety, that I am not supposed to be smuggled back home every summer. You know, I was smuggled this summer back home, and I was there for 3 months, but underground, I couldn't meet my own friends. And you said, how do you work, or how do we work? So this is how we work. So when I was back home, this is a funny story, by the way, the salon ban happened where the women are not allowed to go to salons anymore to feel pretty or anything of that sort. And do you know what we did? And the disaster you can see on my hairs is we all colored our hairs at home. We brought in the salon lady and we all colored our hairs at home. Do you know why? Because that's the only act of resistance we could do then. When the education ban happened 2 years ago, do you know what we did in Kandahar, which is labeled as the most stronghold, Taliban stronghold? We started a secret school.
Yeah. What kind of school?
Secret school, underground school. And right now, 100 girls are getting, they were in grade 7 when they started, they are in grade 9 today. The same goes for Helmand, the same goes for Bamiyan. And I'm not saying this is one countryside or one province. People reach out to you from places that you wouldn't even know about, you would have never met. Do you know why? Because they all believe in women's rights, girls' rights, educational rights, all of those rights. So the story is Afghan women are working towards it. Afghan girls and women are showing up for their rights, for their future. And that's the future that we see. I personally see that in 10 years, one of my students should take over whatever we are doing right now and should hold that torch. And there should be a day where we don't need nonprofits to save Afghanistan, where Afghanistan doesn't need saving. You know, that's the future I envision. But in the meantime, what the best thing we could do is ensure that we invest in alternative pathways towards education, towards certifications, towards ensuring that the women who are right now getting education are access to higher education, but also at the same time can go back home and serve. I go to Harvard. I want to go back and serve. I don't want to end up and just become one international diplomat who does work internationally. No.
But will this have to happen in secrecy? Will this have to be secret?
So that's the point. This is where I'm telling you, we are all showing up. We're all showing up. We're getting educated. We are in the preparation, you know, for this. But then again, the radical diplomacy has to come. It has to come. It has to ensure that I'm no more a person who is to do all of this in secret. In the next 10 years, it has to be something that is done in open. I'm accepted in open because I'm not doing something illegal, not something that is not Islamic, not something that is not accepted in culture. Because I kid you not, you can Google me, you can see my father who used to wear a turban, and he was very much a feminist. So it's not that we don't believe in it. It's just a few people holding the country hostage are ensuring that this is the only information fed to the world, and this is the only future envisioned for Afghanistan. So Afghan women are showing up. Are you? That's the most important thing.
But to be able to do all of this in open, the Taliban have to accept it. And the question is, how do you go about dealing with the Taliban? You know, some in the, both in the, I know in the Afghan, especially among Afghan expat women, they think we should not kind of negotiate with the Taliban. We should not, the international community should not let me tell you something. The Taliban, but then there are others that think we should try to find a way to negotiate with them. What's your opinion on that?
Let me give you an example. I always used to be so, frustrated with the fact, how come we have 40 countries fighting in our country? How come we have superpowers in our country? All the best weapons and everything, and still Taliban get to bomb blast everything. Like, I used to be so frustrated about it, you know? And then this summer, I went from another country. I was smuggled into my own country. I was on somebody else's papers. I was entering the country. Those papers, that driving, that ensuring of my safety, that safe house, that ensuring of my transportation in different zones, that showed me a very secret pathway towards, so Taliban had the same sort of supporters. But it doesn't mean that you can replace one with the other. You cannot. People like us will exist. People like us will also exist in secrets if people like Taliban are in open. And then people like us were in open, and then the Taliban were in secret. So it has to be more of a dialogue. But then at the same time, I wouldn't expect a lot from the Taliban, because you cannot expect someone who is bombing schools for the past 2 decades to all of a sudden accept schooling, because their propaganda was, by the way, that these are infidels and they're taking our daughters and dishonoring us. So these are very different ideologies that you're working with. What are their core values? What do they believe in? That's the most important thing. And what do you talk to that, you know? Those are important things. You have to talk to Qatar. That's the important thing. That's where you push buttons. You have to talk to Pakistan. That's important. You have to talk to Iran. Radical diplomacy. Bring those people to the table. Muslim countries who call them their brothers. So then my question is, are we not your sisters enough? That you only stand with your Muslim brothers and not with your Muslim sisters? So you have to bring all those elements towards talking, towards a plan that is implementable. Then you can say, okay, but then you don't only negotiate with the Taliban. You bring in all the people involved in Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is not just Taliban versus these people, no. It's a very diverse country. It's a very diverse nation. And you have to respect that and bring all that together. And the world has to facilitate it, because they sort of created this mess in the 80s. So, time to clean up.
Mahbouba, what do you think? How do we approach these issues? How to get the approval of the Taliban moving forward?
Well, in reality, in order to get the approval of the Taliban, the countries of the world that they were involved in getting us to this position, they have to step forward and come into the picture and say, okay, now we want to talk. One of those countries, it is the United States. Yes. The United States is completely, is refusing to talk to the Taliban. They're not talking to them. Okay, fine, you're not talking. And the Taliban, the only country in the world that they want to talk to is the United States. And for that matter, what the Taliban are doing right now, they're using the women of Afghanistan as a pawn. So that's where we are. We are political pawns. We are just playing with us. And that's what they are doing. So if it's really, we really, some things have to really change in this world. This is not right, what is happening in Afghanistan. And this is something that was with thinking process of countries of the world. They sat down and they thought about it. For 2 years, they talked about all of this, for God's sakes, in a peace conference in Doha. Yeah. And apparently, quote unquote, there were representatives there. There were only 4 women in that whole representation. And then they came up with something. Khalilzad was the ambassador that came up with an idea, with a roadmap to peace with Taliban. Every single word that he said to us, the women of Afghanistan, and I remember I was there and I kept on asking him about this, he lied about it. Every single time he lied about it. He was representative of a country, for God's sakes. And what Sanam was saying is true. Somebody has to actually hold them responsible. Yeah. In other words, what I'm trying to say, if we want to change anything in this world, really, which I think the time has come, and you have all realized it, as a country, as the most peaceful country in the world, you have realized it. You can imagine, somebody was saying about there hasn't been any war in here, any conflict in the past 200 years. Well, Afghanistan hasn't seen a peace in 45 years. We haven't. We are in constant war. It's been going on for 45 years. And this is not what is supposed to be happening. It's really not right. What happened to Afghanistan? What happened to Syria? What happened to Iraq? What happened to Libya? What happened to all of these countries? Or what is happening today in Gaza? With the Palestinians and Hamas and all of that. That is not right. Something has to be done to really stop all of these things. We really have to go to the source. And the source is, really have to, instead of the whole world is trying to solve the wars, stop wars. Well, you're getting into it first, but so willingly. You're putting everything to war. Yeah. And then you're working to stop it. What kind of a nonsense is that? Mm-hmm. Who are you trying to fool? Yourselves or the world? Or all of us? What is this? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I'm sorry.
No, but this is a very interesting point you're raising there, because one thing is to go into a country, invade the country, see it in Afghanistan or Iraq or Ukraine, or if they now go into Gaza, but going out again and solving the problems, that's a totally different issue. And it doesn't solve these problems. They're really unsolved and even worse than they were before.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they're piling up. They're piling up, and they're all continuously these wars that are happening, conflicts that are happening, and none of them are being solved. And they're piling up one on top of another. And this is the world we are living in.
But you don't see it as a recognition of the Taliban's, the government and the ideology of the Taliban's international community? Even
if it's an ideology, even if it's a recognition, whatever it is, it cannot be. Because how can the world recognize a government that government is not recognizing half of its population, which are the women? How can you? How can they? This is not possible. The women of Afghanistan are half of the population of Afghanistan. If there's 40 million, then we are 20 million. Maybe all the 20 million are not the same, no doubt. Absolutely, I know. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that as an Afghan, I cannot, or her as an Afghan young girl cannot wish for her country to be like the rest of the world, to be a country that is peaceful, is comfortable, there are rights, you can live in it comfortably, you can raise your kids, they can go to school. Why can't we? Why can't we? You know, this is just in a world that is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller every single day. And because of the way we are connected through internet and through all of this and technology. The technology has advanced, so much, especially in the past 10 years, is unbelievable. Things are happening right now that never did happen before. And now is that movement is going to go on like this even more.
But the one thing, because I'm talking about the international community and the recognition of the Taliban, it's really a strange fact that there are no missions, no diplomatic missions in Kabul whatsoever from the western part of the world, except for the European Union. And how does that, reflect on you, the Afghans?
The European Union, honestly, it started in front of me. It was the ambassador that came, was looking into the whole thing, and I knew him. He used to be the Belgian ambassador in Afghanistan. He called me and said, Mahbouba, come on, I really would like to talk to you. So I went over and I talked to him and I said, sir, I want to tell you one thing. Get your feet and your eyes and your ears on this land if you can. That is the way to do it. Don't bring an ambassador. It's okay. You don't have to bring an ambassador. But at any other level that you want to, you have to have your feet and you have to have your eyes and ears on here. Otherwise, you don't know what is going on in
But they are the only ones.
But they came.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that they came. They decided to do that. I'm forever grateful. And I think they did one of the most important things by doing what they did. And the person that is actually running the whole mission right now, it's a lady, and Isabella. And it's like, that's the way to do it. We have to start thinking outside of the box. If we don't start thinking outside of the box in the world that is coming up, we are not going to succeed. I can promise you that.
But I guess, Mahbouba, now I'm a bit, confronting you with it. I guess that there are quite a lot of Afghan women that do not agree with this.
It's true. It's true. There are some, or quite a lot, or whatever. I think I've seen the brunt of that also, because they hate me. But at the same time, it's like, what am I supposed to do? I'm not saying anything bad or terrible. What I'm saying is that, for God's sakes, let's change the situation in Afghanistan. We cannot go on like this. The women of Afghanistan cannot go on like this. I'm so glad that you left Afghanistan, you're out. Very good. I'm glad. But for the ones that are living inside, I mean, I can get in and out of Afghanistan. How about the ones that can't do that? Then what happens? What are they supposed to do? Die? That's not the way it's supposed to be. We are just asking for what is our right. This is God's given right to all of us. We are not asking for anything anymore. And then Taliban, they keep on coming that, oh, well, this is an internal thing. What do you mean internal? So somebody in the world, one of these countries, maybe it's Iceland, I don't know. Maybe you should come and have a talk with the Taliban and say, what are you talking about internal? What do you mean internal? Have you taken a part of this earth or not? And I'm sure they'll say yes. It's a country by the name of Afghanistan. Fine. On this earth, if you want to live on this earth and be a member of the United Nations and live with the rest of the people of the world, then there are some things that you have to agree. And you have to live accordingly. Otherwise, you cannot live. That's all. And we won't accept you. So you have to be like really brave and say, it's nothing to do with you. We are not telling you this to fight you, whatever. No, we don't have any, Iceland doesn't have any wars with you. But you have to do it.
Pastana, you agree on this?
I think for me, my approach definitely involves, yes, talking is something that everybody has to do. You have to bring in all the parties in Afghanistan to talk. We cannot let completely replacement every 2 decades. That's not sustainable for our country, especially a foreign replacement. Taliban are also a foreign replacement, by the way. One should recognize that always. But also, apart from that, you also have to look at those facts that the Taliban's own daughters are going to schools in Doha, and it still is okay. So I think for the Western bloc of the world, it's very important for them to not turn a blind eye on that. You should start asking questions. Why is China giving Afghanistan, why is China so much involved in Afghanistan right now, especially with the minerals, and still they are going sanctionless because they have veto power or whatsoever. Pakistan does a lot of things in Afghanistan. They're lobbying for a lot of things, and it's abusing Afghan refugees right now. They're still going, turning a blind eye on that. Then at the same time, Doha, whatever Qatar did, has enabled. I was talking to someone and they were like, oh, they brought in all the female members to talk to the Taliban. Taliban don't mind talking to a foreigner women, even if it's from a Muslim country. But they don't see Afghan women as their equal or as the first-class citizens of Afghanistan. So you have to inform that. And if that doesn't happen, then please, you have power for sanctions. You are part of the UN. You can be doing so much. You can be freezing their accounts. You are not doing that. You can be sanctioning their travels. You are not doing that. You can be sanctioning their families that are, by the way, living luxuriously. Not doing that. Enabling them to evolve as government employees, go on these diplomatic missions, be everywhere. Their daughters go to school. Their sons go to school. I just got to know that one of the Taliban's leaders, son who lives in Dubai, by the way, is enrolled in a very high prestigious university and plans to become one of the politicians in Afghanistan. So if they can dream, what about normal Afghan people, normal Afghan women, normal Afghan girls? So for me, the approach might be a bit more radical. I would say if they don't want to talk, then force them to come and talk. Force them to commit to a framework. Because if they don't, you cannot go on like this. I mean, the Herat earthquake, I don't know how many of you know about the current crisis in Afghanistan. Herat right now is going through crisis, and the Taliban have just stated, oh, 2,000 people have died. Do you know how many people are actually dying right now, have died? 3,700 was the morning count. They're trying to hide the numbers. 7,800 people are injured. And do you know who are the most injured, by the way, right now? Women and children, because it happened in the morning. So even a crisis like this is going unnoticed because the Taliban want to put their reputation and show that, oh, they're in control. They're not. Do you know healthcare system for Afghanistan, by the way, failed 6 months after Afghanistan fell? So we don't have a healthcare that caters to women. So you have to have clinics in secrets. The education system, of course, has failed for the 50%, and there were no alternative pathways. But then at the same time, you have to have a way towards it if you really are committed to Afghanistan. If you're not, then you're going to do what people are doing right now in Afghanistan. Go on Twitter, tweet about it, oh, we feel sorry about Afghanistan, but I won't sanction the leaders who are running the country right now. I won't sanction the countries that are enabling them to run these countries. I won't talk and dialogue with those countries that have those controls, or funds them, or supports them. So for me, the approach has to be more practical, more pragmatic, and if they don't want to talk, then force them to talk.
Now you're talking about a little bit kind of a framework, a rule-based framework or international approach that is similar to apartheid. When the international community was dealing with apartheid in South Africa, you could say that in Afghanistan you have gender apartheid.
Yes, we do have
Maybe
gender
we need
apartheid.
to look at the mechanism we had in place dealing with South Africa previously. Maybe they can kind of be applied on this apartheid.
Yeah, but this was something that I was wondering about the gender part, because for South Africa, it was mainly brought for South Africa, the gender apartheid, because it was something that happened only in Africa. I don't think it happened anywhere else. So the apartheid did not exist before South Africa.
Built on race.
Exactly. I mean, not the gender, but the race. So right now, the gender apartheid in Afghanistan, they have to look at it and find, and whatever, the world is supposed to take some decisions to do things to the government. But what really worries me, so you see, that's the whole thing. What worries me about that is that when those decisions are taken, for example, there is going to be like, no more help should get to Afghanistan, no more money should get there, no more, the sanctions are supposed to be happening, all sorts of things. So when these things do happen, then what happens is going to start hurting the people of Afghanistan. So when the people of Afghanistan get hurt, then what's the point? I mean, the gender apartheid is happening and they're accepting it, and then all of these actions are taken against the people of Afghanistan, and then at the end of the day, what happens is that it's going to make this whole thing a lot worse, because the male in Afghanistan are going to start hating the female of Afghanistan. There's going to be a rift amongst the men and, between the two sexes in there, and that's going to create a bigger problem in the country. So that's why these are the things that, if a decision has been taken on this, or if they are taking a decision on this, they have to really think about it very carefully. It's not just a thing that, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. We have to be very aware of the consequences, because the consequences of every single one of these actions is something that the people of Afghanistan are going to be paying for it, and they are doing that right now.
And to add on to that is when sanctions, Afghanistan was sanctioned, the money was taken and everything. Here's the thing, that's a very lazy framework. That's a very lazy framework for policymakers and leaders. Oh, the best I could do is go to the UN and sanction them, the whole country. That's the most laziest framework in the 21st century you could have done to a country that is already in crisis. You cared so much about it? Well, then when you were talking for the 2 years, what did you do about it? Why didn't you think through it? And now that you haven't, what can you do that only affects the group, not the whole country? And that's what Afghan women have been asking for the past 2 years, is stop making Afghan women and Afghans in general suffer for what the Taliban have done. Make them suffer. But it's already almost the opposite, where the Taliban are not suffering, but the people are suffering.
We are almost getting to an end of this discussion, and there's one thing I want to mention before we finish off. And that's a bit of a sensitive issue, and that is, now Nargis Mohammadi got the Nobel Peace Prize, which is really, we all are so happy for the women of Iran that she got this prize. But I know that, you, Mahbouba, and Nargis, you were nominated on the same ticket together.
Yeah.
And when I heard that you were nominated, I saw it as a nomination not of you as individuals, but kind of representing the Afghan and Iran women.
Yeah.
But now Nargis got it, but you are not included. I'm not approaching this as a personal issue.
No, I know.
But I would like to get your take on this.
Yeah. We were both nominated by PREO, actually, the Norwegian Research Center, and then the ticket was presented like that, and we were sent to the committee, and we were together on it. And from the beginning, I was hoping that we would both get it, because of very simply, the situation of the Iranian women and the Afghan women. Both of them are terrible. And for each one of these countries, having the Nobel Peace Prize given to a woman that represents them or represents the country, it would have been such a fantastic morale boost for all of them, all of the Iranian women, and for that matter, for all of the Afghan women. So I was hoping that this would happen, for both of us, so we can actually, for the women of both countries, it would have been wonderful. But it didn't. Now, this again, to me, it explains that thinking out of the box that I want to tell you. For example, the Nobel Peace Prize should be looked at as the person that is getting it, what kind of a effect is that person going to have on the people around, on the group that he or she is representing, what kind of a thing, how they are feeling, not just because it's a Nobel Peace Prize. It's no longer important The importance is because the world is a changed world. It's no longer the same thing as it was 100 years ago, or whenever the Nobel Peace Prize started. It's a completely changing thing every single day, every single year. So right now, I was in this thing, the two of us getting it, it would have been a new way of thinking. It would have been like, okay, even if the money has to be split, who cares? It's just that name would have been so good for both countries that they both needed. But right now, by doing it, by giving it to Iran, one thing that is proven to me is that, well, Iran is more important to the world, and Afghanistan is not. Okay, fine, you clearly said that to me, and I know it. So, but in reality, how it could have changed? And by doing that action, they don't, because they don't know me. They don't know me, how I am, who I am, what is my effect in Afghanistan. They have no idea. They would have changed so much by just having me also with Nargis to be getting the Nobel Peace Prize. Because the pride that the Afghan people were feeling about all of this was phenomenal. It really was. They were so happy that I was representing them, a part of them. And a part of them, they were very miserable that I was representing them. I know that. But that's the way, things go in the world that now for a activist, what else do I expect? But this is how it was. But for the group that would have been, they would have been very happy, it would have changed a lot of things in the country. And I'm absolutely positive about.
But you feel similarly?
Yeah. I also think it's a very political decision when you split two countries that are going through gender apartheid and you prioritize one over the other. While yes, both are going through it, but one is going through an extreme gender apartheid. And as much as I'm so proud of the fact that Nargis got this, and I will always cherish this. But then at the same time, how political it is, For me, it is political, personally, that they didn't think the Afghan issue was worthy enough to get that Nobel Prize, Like, we're still not worthy enough. Our suffering is not worthy enough for you to even consider our gender apartheid. Like, how cruel you can be on that, and also how political you are. So you're not not biased, you're biased actually. So you have to think about all of those things. The story is very simple. 2 years ago, when I was talking and everything, somebody from the State Department reached out to me and they were like, we want to give you a prize. Same story. And I was like, the President Medal or something. And I was like, okay, sure. And they're like, have you talked about drone attacks? And I was like, yeah, I have. They're like, oh, never mind. So I'm always skeptical of awards and stuff like that. I do think they don't have the best interests at their heart. We would have felt very represented. And we would have felt very seen if it was someone like Ms. Raj taking the award on our behalf, because it's history. Nobel, yes, I feel it. I do feel it. The reason is I want to tell my daughter someday that somebody from our country got that award. Somebody did. But now we are like, oh, our suffering was not enough,
But do you kind of think or feel that Afghanistan is becoming less important, less remembered by the international community?
I mean, it's a true thing. There was a time where Afghan women's nail polish was the high talk of the whole world, the Western Bloc, and everybody was like, oh, Afghan women cannot put on nail polish, so we need to invade the country and help them do all of that. And the reason I'm being sarcastic about it is because a lot of good things also happened, but also bad things happened because of that invasion. So you can't, rule it out. But now, all of a sudden, Afghan women, their nail polish, their education, their healthcare, their policies, their representation, their political situation, their history, their geography, the fact that they're Afghan women is not important. And of course, the media is political, so they won't care about it. The international community is extremely political, so they don't care about it. What is hot is more trending. And at the moment, we are not the sort of people that they want to rescue, but also at the same time, I think enough is enough. They shouldn't be rescuing us. We need to make our own space, and we need to own it. But then at the same time, at this point, sadly, it's not possible without that, community. So, yeah.
But okay, let's forget about the international community and just focus a little bit on back on the Afghan women, what you are doing to change things. You are still going strong. You are still active.
Oh, yeah.
You are still
definitely
in a fighting mood.
Yeah, nothing has changed.
We're preparing. We're preparing for this.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have a long way to go. We have to catch up with the world.
But one thing I want to tell you, I belong to the generation, actually, that I raised a generation in Afghanistan. I worked for them, because I've been working 22 years in Afghanistan now. So I raised a generation. I got a generation of the young people ready, that they were the women and the girls of Afghanistan, that they were ready to work, and they did that. Today, apart from other things, we have one of the biggest brain drains in that country. And that brain drain took away all of those girls from me. And suddenly, I found myself in Afghanistan being completely alone.
Yeah.
And I was, in those days, and I kept on talking to these girls, these women, that they were outside, and saying, I wish you were next to me. But then it came a time when I was said, I'm so glad they are not. That point also arrived. But in the beginning, believe me, I was like, I wish they would have stayed here. Because if we all stayed as the civil society of Afghanistan that was alive and working, maybe we could have done something. Because right now, one other thing that is very important, the only ones standing in Afghanistan for the rights of those people are the women. I know we are doing it for our rights, but it's not only the rights of women in Afghanistan. We are doing it for the country, we are doing it for whoever is there, the men and women and children and old people and everybody. And we are the only ones left there. And the women of Afghanistan are keeping the name of Afghanistan alive.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been forgotten, gone, finished, and nobody would have thought about it. The women of Afghanistan and a part of the international community, and I should say, a part of the international community that realized their involvement in Afghanistan and the fact that they did not come through the way they should have. They really dropped us like hot potato, and they really feel very bad about that. There is a part of them that they really do feel bad about it. I'm not saying they don't. And then, of course, there is another part of it that they don't even want to hear the name of Afghanistan. If it could just disappear, that would be so much better, because by just us or me or a few of us, being around and reminding them or her, we are not good news.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I want the world to remember. I don't want the world to forget it. And I make sure you don't forget it. For as long as I am alive and I can talk and people can hear, I make sure they don't forget it. Because this is not something that we wanted to come into it. This is not a situation that we chose to be in it. This is a situation that we were put in.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And it was done with completely thinking very clearly, planning, very big heads, very important people. They sat down around tables and they made a decision about the future of Afghanistan and the women of Afghanistan and everything. For 20 years and trillions of dollars, everything was spent. 3,000 soldiers of the world died, or 3,500 or 4,000. But more than 12 million Afghans died, of the young men. That doesn't count. And it was decided, and that decision decided to do this. That's why I'm holding the world responsible right next to myself. I'm going to do it. I'm going to keep on doing it. But by God, I make sure that the rest of the world does it too. I really want to do that.
Thank you, Mahbooba. Rest assured that you are not forgotten. We will make sure that, for example, the Icelandic government, the Icelandic authorities will continue to support you. And I know, and we will push them also to advocate on your behalf at the international level. And I know there are more that will do that, definitely. But you are not forgotten.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think we just stop here.
Thank you.
we're almost at the end of the day, but I wanted to call upon my friend, Mummi. You should know him by the name Mummi now, because he's coming up on stage for, what, the third or fourth time today, I believe. He is our Minister of Nordic Cooperation and Minister of Social Affairs and the Labour Market. He will try to summarize a little bit of what has happened here today, although sadly he couldn't be with us all day, but he has some closing remarks. We are quite close to the reception, so I know that he is going to be extremely interesting in whatever it is that he's going to say, because otherwise you will all be running out to get your drink, probably, right? Guðmundur, Ingi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Pia. That was a polite way to tell me do not talk for too long. I will try to cherish that. So, dear friends, I must say it's a little difficult to come up here after this great last session, but I did not have an option. I had to go up. So the first day of our conference has come to an end, and what I've seen of the discussions, they have been vibrant, insightful, and have given us a lot of food for thought, and maybe also food for action. So shortly, I want to thank you, all of you who have participated, the panelists, the speakers, and no less those who have patiently been in the audience, either via stream or here in the audience hall itself. One of the best things about being a minister is that you are never really, for a very long time, in the same spot. So you're always standing up. But it also means that, like today, I missed out on a few sessions, but I have great people here with me who have been filling me in what has been happening. And without perhaps being too wordy, there are certain things that I would like to mention in my summing up. From this morning, we had the great fire chat from Katrín and Amina. A lot of thought, and what I'm really left with from that is that we had two really powerful women there. And we also had that here at the end. And I will come to this at the end of my closing words, because I think this in itself is a message. We discussed a little bit if there is a Nordic added value to the discussions, to research and dialogue surrounding peace. And in the Nordic cooperation, for those of you who are maybe outside of the Nordics, one of the values that we cherish in the Nordic cooperation is to try to find the added Nordic value. How can we together add more value to things than if we were each and every one of us alone? How can we bridge the gap between research and policy making? That is something that I've always found essential to try to answer and try to find solutions to, because it has proven to be a challenge, as we know. There are indeed challenges that we have been discussing here after lunch. Many good and wise opinions been put forward, and I want to mention in particular that many people have said that diversity is important and valuable. And though there is diversity, we also have similarities. And that we do not invest enough in peace, I think we can all agree on that. And we have to bring in mind, to keep in mind that the pathway to peace, but not only to win wars. I couldn't agree more with that. I was also overall, I just want to say that I've been left with the thought that there is too much testosterone when it comes to policy making and decisions. And I've been reminded of that today because we have had a lot of women participating here. And that brings me back to Amina and Katrín and the last session in particular. And we do need a more gendered approach to peace building and conflict resolution. We need more women at the decision table. Maybe you can take a few gays along. I mean, that's always wise, I would say. But seriously, we do need more diverse representation of different groups of society. In some countries, like in Afghanistan, it's striking, like you guys said. Half of the people, they are not there. We could also mention people with disabilities, immigrants, LGBTIQ plus people, etc., etc. And I really hope that we can change that step by step, hopefully as fast as possible, because I think that really will bring about some changes. Like I said, there is too much testosterone in the decision bodies. So I will just end by thanking all of you, and in particular the excellent staff at the Höfði Peace Centre, Pia, Auður Birna, and the staff, the rest of the staff. You have done an amazing job. Tomorrow is going to be exciting as well, a little bit more academic. And I just want to end on these notes. Let's never give up. Let's always keep hope in our hearts, because that is the driver for change. Now let's go and enjoy the drinks.